자, 이번에 할 게임 호그와트 레거시. 플레이 전에 꼭 읽어보세요. 오, 반지 발작. 다 못 읽었는데? 뭐야? 바보라니. 바보라니. 메뉴 리더. 읽어주는 거 필요 없지. 흔들기 1하고 일반 주문 시전 모드 전환. 이게 뭐야? 그냥 기본으로 할까? 귀찮은데? 괜찮다, 그냥 하자. 정확도가 높은 렌더링 모드로 해상도와 그래픽 품질을 우선시합니다. 높은 프레임률 모드로 성능 우선시합니다. 멋이 중요하지. 해상도와 그래픽 품질. 전 이거 좋아요. 또 바꿀 수 있겠지 나중에. 예술아. 와, 보상이다. 이게 뭐야? 나중에 온라인 보상. 와, 어둠의 마법 수비대 모자. 화질이 중요하지. 이거 얻을 수 있어요. 어둠의 마법 팩. 귀신 들린 호그스미드 가게 퀘스트. 이거 발음 잘해야 돼. 행운의 물약 제조법이야. 좋은 거네. 볼드모트의 수화라니? 보여주지. 거의 보이지 않을 정도? 잘 안 보여요. 류아가 호그와트 마법학교에 5학년으로 입학하게 되었다는 걸 알려드리게 되어 기쁩니다. 9월 1일부터 시작. 성으로 지급될 거래요. 엘리자 피그 교수? 알겠습니다. 나 12살이네? 나 응애. 마법. 사용할 수 없대요. 자, 나를 만들어 볼까요? 그냥 정해진 거야? 내가 뭐 그렸어? 역해? 아니야, 나는 내 캐릭터를 만들겠어. 역해가 됐네. 이렇게 할 수 있구나. 그건 다음에. 머리 스타일. 나는 머리 스타일 요건 별로다. 얘 역해구만. 올백 싫어. 자, 이걸로 해볼게요. 바꿀 수 있네? 얼굴 모양? 네. 뭐가 좋은지 모르겠어요. 느낌만 돼, 느낌으로 이거는. 이게 낫다. 미용실에서 망한 머리라니. 너무해. 바꿔줘야겠다. 뭔 차이지? 뭔 차이야? 이걸로 하자냐. 피부색? 이렇게 하고 안경 안 쓰고 손뜨려. 오케이. 이걸로 하고. 자, 머리 바꿔줄게요. 미용실에서 망한 머리. 약간 레게. 코가 크네. 풍성하게? 엄청 풍성해 보이죠? 망한 머리 2다. 미용실에서 망한 머리 2. 풍성하다 진짜. 이거 어때요? 풍성하게 만들었네. 아 너무 풍성한가? 아 너무 풍성한데? 요즘도 장발이 유행이지? 잠깐만. 여자 머리 같은. 아까 뭐 봤었는데? 장첸머리? 장첸머리. 아 근데 장첸머리가 없네. 아쉽다. 장신이 될 기회를 놓쳤어. 그냥 깔끔하게 가자. 너무 긴 건 싫고. 아 저 계속 머리 망했다고 하니까 진짜 망해 보이잖아. 아 머리 좀 기네 전체적으로. 요걸로 할게 그냥. 머리색? 오 핑크. 오 탈모. 여기 흰머리. 마법사 상처가 있다고? 하얀 머리 가야지. 상처가 있다고? 그거 없나? 그 뭐야 번개 모양? 아 다 이상해. 다 안 이뻐 이거. 번개 모양은. 내 눈썹. 해리포터 분장을. 뭔가 좀 멋있는 게 없는데? 이거를 죽은 게 좀 없앨래. 그렇지. 돈이 너무 많았어. 샹크스 팔이 내 팔 잘릴 수 없다. 자 어떤 할까요? 마음에 드는 게 없어요. 샹크스는 아니지만 이렇게 3개 돼 있고. 그래 이걸로 가자. 카카시. 눈색 빨간색 있나? 빨간색? 빨간색 없네. 사료난. 오케이 이거 없애고. 빨간색이 없네요. 눈썹색도 있어? 와 엄청 많네. X로 조정. 있어요? 다시. 이거는 아니고. 빨간색 있었어? 그지. 이게 빨간색인가? 이걸 빨간색으로 봐야 되나요? 요거는 약간 보라색 같고. 이거 보라색? 확대가 안 돼요. 확대가 안 돼, 확대가. 네, 확대가 안 됩니다. 그러니까 요건 확대, 이렇게 맞지. 요걸로 해야 되나? 요게 빨간색인가? 아닌데 이거 약간 주황색 같은데. 야 어렵다. 그냥 빨간색 비싼 걸 할게요. 요걸로 할까? 그나마 좀 비싸잖아요 이게? 빨간색이랑? 그나마 비싼 색깔? 아닌데 이거 빨간색이 아닌데 이건. 일단 후보 1 후보 2는 보라색 갈거 아니야? 요거 아니면 요거? 보라색 할까? 윤이야 보라색 가자 한번. 보라색 하고. 눈썹은 지금도 이쁜데? 스크래치 별로야. 갈매기다. 눈썹에 갈빙이가 있어. 끼룩끼룩. 이게 제일 낫다. 이게 낫다. 자, 음성.
I am indeed.
It was wonderful. I believe I'm really going to
그러니까 아닌 것
enjoy this
같아요.
class.
I'm eager to get to Hogsmeade. That was quite something. A few cobwebs and some dust. Nothing to be
굵은데?
concerned about. It was wonderful. I believe I'm really going to... I am indeed a student, but I'm eager to get to Hogsmeade. A few cobwebs and some dust.
That was quite something.
A few cobwebs and some dust.
무섭다.
Nothing to be.
That was quite something.
1번 할까?
I'm eager to get to Hogsmeade. It was wonderful. I believe I'm really going to enjoy this class.
이걸로 할게요. 이게 더 멋있다. 영어로 지어야 되나요? 아, 영어네. 까비. 아, 여기 이름이지? 그래야 될 것 같아요. 자, 대문자. 아이고, 다시. 됐고. 성. 팍. 아, 이거 진짜 어렵네, 이것도. 아이고. A, R, K. 확정. 난이도는 보통으로 하고요. 뭐야? 마녀 마법사로 해야지. 내가 왜 마녀야? 맞아. 이렇게 해서 이제 성, 이름. 이게 성 맞지? 잠깐만요. 갑자기 무서운데? 맞아. 성. 상팍. 상팍이네, 상팍. 상팍. 그래서 끝. 시작합니다. 길었습니다. 오. 와, 나다.
It appears we are almost ready to depart. It's a pity we didn't have a bit more time to spend on spellcasting. I presume you've been practicing the spells we worked on.
I have, Professor.
Well, I'm quite sure I've never seen anyone take so
왜 너는 한글이고 왜 나는 영어냐?
second-hand wand. You'll be a force to be reckoned with when you get your own.
아, 이거 중고였어?
Thank you, Professor Fig. I appreciate you working with me.
고맙습니다, 돼지 교수님.
Eleazar!
George, glad my rather cryptic description of our location did not thwart your finding us.
I've apparated to more vaguely defined destinations than this. Though I confess I may have miscalculated slightly on my first try. Gave quite the fright to some theatergoers in the West End.
It's been much too long. When I received
털복숭이.
your owl, I must say I...
Best not speak here, Eleazar.
Of course. Why don't we speak en route to Hogwarts? We have a start-of-term feast and a sorting ceremony to get to.
Wonderful idea. As long as your young charge here doesn't mind me tagging along.
Not at all, sir.
After you.
Ages since I've been to the castle. Would be
오,
good to
부엉이.
see an old pile of rocks.
응? 뭐가 웃기다 저거. 아무것도 없는데. 쟤 누구야? 쟤 뭐야? 악당이다, 악당. 처쳐가 말겠어. 오. 나는 악도 선도 없다. 내가 곧 정이다. 오. 쫓아.
Glad I caught you before you left for Scotland.
Just barely.
And who is your traveling companion?
길동무?
A new student.
아, 나.
New?
Yes, sir. I'm starting school as a 5th year.
이게 5학년이라고?
Story.
It is indeed. None of the faculty has ever heard of anyone being admitted to Hogwarts so late.
Nor have I.
Of course, as the other 5th years will have been honing their magical skills for 4 years now, the headmaster asked if I could get our new student up to speed a bit before the term begins.
Well, you couldn't have asked for a better mentor. Professor Fig is not only an exceptional teacher, he's also a remarkably intuitive and gifted wizard.
오.
Mr. Osric
다
is
배워야지.
prone to flattery.
아첨에
I
강하대.
dare say it's one of the reasons he's risen so far at the ministry.
Have you seen this?
뭐야? 고블린?
I have. Opinions differ as to how great a threat Ranrock really is.
Although I've yet to convince my
호그와트에
colleagues at the
학반이 있네요?
ministry, I
학반?
believe he is a significant threat.
이거 쫓아오는 것 같은데?
It was your wife, Eleazar, who alerted me to his activities months ago.
아니?
Miriam? How?
She wrote to me about Ranrock before she died, wondering what the ministry knew about his activities. Before I could respond, I received this.
편지.
It was the last thing she sent me, Eleazar. It came to me via her owl, but with no correspondence.
누가 채갔나?
I can only
편지?
assume,
That she had to get rid of it quickly to keep it safe.
presumably from Ranrock. I cannot open it. Whatever magic protects this is
안 열리는구나.
powerful indeed.
It looks like goblin metal.
고블린 금속.
That symbol. What's that glow? I don't see a glow.
불빛?
Nor do I.
보이는 척. 제가 열어보죠. 오. 파란 불빛이다. 열렸다.
Merlin's beard. How did you?
Wait. We do.
뭐야? 뭐야? 뭐 되는 거야? 드래곤. 사 어떻게 했어? 달려. 뭐야? 엄청 많은데? 제가 무슨 뛰어. 저걸 왜 좀 갖고 가가지고 나 그냥 주지. 키. 용이 채갈 것 같은데? 이거 뭐야? 무슨 뭐 쓰지 않았어요? 아시오? 열쇠 때문에 드래곤이었나?
Are you all right? You're hurt.
피 없어.
Perhaps a bit.
Take this. It's Wiggenweld potion. That stuff will right you in a
이것이
second.
포션? 이거 마셔야 되나? 먹기 싫은데. 어쩔 수 없지. 맛없어.
What happened?
어떻게 된 거지?
Oh, George. I can't believe he.
조지 죽었네.
What the hell got into that damn thing? Attacking a carriage mid-air?
맞아.
A typical dragon would never.
Professor? Sir, where are we?
여기가
I'm not
어디요?
sure. But that key you discovered was clearly a port key.
Portkey.
어떻게?
An item enchanted to bring whoever touches it to a specific place.
여기는?
I'm feeling better, sir. If you'd like to look around a bit.
한번 둘러보겠습니다.
I would,
더비.
but stay close. We've no idea who created this port key. Or why.
뛰는 거 없나? 걷는 거 좀 답답한데. 이제 이게 5살, 12살 맞아요? 경기 이쁜데?
How far
Your-
did the portkey take us?
farther from London than the carriage travelled.
스코틀랜드 고지.
Somewhere in the Scottish Highlands.
So, those ruins. Do you
The
think...
portkey was
혹시
meant to lead us there. I do. This has not been the day either of us expected. But Miriam sent that portkey to George for a reason. And I believe that she, and now George,
아, 네, 둘 다
died in
죽었네.
pursuit of whatever it was meant to lead to. If you're sure you're all right and wouldn't mind indulging me, I'd like to have a look around.
Absolutely, sir.
스코틀랜드 랜드 요리는 맛이
Let's
없나?
see if we can find a path, however faded it may be.
없을 수 있다고? 일단 뛰고 싶은데요? 뛰자! 이제 뛴다.
Mind your
아,
step.
편안.
Where do you suppose your wife got the portkey that brought us here?
A good
Dump her.
question. Miriam spent years searching for evidence of a long-forgotten form of ancient magic.
Ancient magic?
Yes, a powerful magic wielded by a rare few that seems to have been lost to time. Hogwarts Castle was built by, and is itself a stronghold of that ancient magic.
아, 거기야?
I don't know where she came into possession of the portkey, but I am certain it was to do with that search.
고대 마법
Ah,
배우고
there's the
싶다.
path down below. This way.
딱 봐도 여기였는데.
But sir,
먼저 가야지.
why was your wife searching for evidence of lost magic?
Miriam wanted to understand why such powerful magic disappeared from the wizarding world. Spoke of the good it could do. But magic is no different than any power. What really matters is the one who wields it.
막혔어.
Is that ice?
It's not cold enough here. It appears to be a sort
얼음
of
아니고.
enchantment. Someone wanted to block this path.
열어줘.
Let's see some of that wand work you were practicing. Focus on the center.
탭. 잠깐만요. 오. 간단하네.
Excellent.
오케이. 너무 간단하게 오셨는데? 길 막는 거 맞나?
That was a bit rougher
Oh.
than I'd expected.
오호. 오, 재밌다. 아이고,
One works improving with every cast.
조심해요.
Thank you, sir.
고맙습니다, 교수님. 뒤통수 조심하세요. 잠깐 맞지 않았어?
Ah, up there.
오, 길막할 냈는데.
We're close now. It's just ahead.
이 교수님 패시브가 절대 방어인데? 아니 길이 바람.
Steady yourself. Reparo.
레파로. 오, 이것이 마법. 오, 역시 교수님 최고.
Almost there.
여기인가? 나올 것 같은데 이제 벽들.
Why would someone have built this here?
I suspect they valued their privacy. That portkey led us here for a reason. Let's have a look around for anything that seems out of
어울리지 않는 거?
place.
저거 아니야 저거? 여기 있구나. 오케이. 이게 뭐야? 조사기.
Professor, this
이
statue...
주걱성은
This may have been his home.
저기네 저기. 조각상인가?
That enchanted crystallized stone again.
수정화된
What could
마법돌.
it be blocking? What's this?
아 그거네.
Professor Fig.
그거. 뭐야? 척 훔치는 것 같아. 거울인가?
How odd. Why would someone have conjured that enchanted stone here?
And how is there a room behind it?
방 있는데요?
Room? I don't see anything.
There's
나한테만
that
보이는
glow
거야?
again, like the glow on the portkey container.
아 상호작용.
What in Merlin's name?
아니? 고블린 깨우기래.
Godric's heart.
뭐야? 아 들어왔구나.
Are we?
오.
I don't believe it.
뭐야? 아 고블린이야?
Hello?
헬로? 고블린? 머리? 일어났구만.
It can't be.
세상에.
Just a moment.
영어 잘하는데요? 뭐라고 하는 거지?
Welcome to Gringotts Wizarding Bank.
그린고치
Vault number 12, I presume.
12번?
Precisely.
그렇죠.
The key?
Your wife's portkey.
Oh, yes, of course.
This way, then.
Stay close.
와. 마법이랑 좀 다른 것 같은데 이거는?
After you. Keep your hands inside the cards if you don't wish to lose them.
빨라서 그런가? 와, 이것도 보여주네.
How many vaults are there in Gringotts?
Hundreds. In fact,
Wow.
we'll see quite a few on our way to vault number 12. As we speak, we're
우리
just
말고도 또
beneath
있다.
the main lobby.
다른 사람들.
The vaults you see now are the
와우.
newest.
Are private entrances to the bank common at Gringotts?
신기하다.
They're most uncommon. Only one with
바퀴만
great
움직이고
wealth or
몸은
power
그대로야.
or both could have
좋은데?
arranged for such a service. You'll want to take a breath. A what?
왠지 별론가?
That
Ah.
waterfall washes away
Oh.
all enchantments. It's
보안을
a
위해서.
security measure.
Experienced the thief's downfall before, have you?
Heard of it?
These are the lower vaults that we're passing now.
How deep are we going?
왜 이렇게
Vault
깊어?
number 12 was commissioned shortly after Gringotts was founded over 4 centuries ago. It
오래됐네.
resides in the deepest part of the bank. Settle in. We've quite a distance to go.
항류진 전용. 이렇게 깊은 곳은 또
Vault number.
번호는 모르는데?
Vault 12.
아 저거구나.
Momentous day.
A new wine.
쿨하네. 째려보고 있어. 좀 다 싸우는 거 아니야?
Professor, the armband that guard was wearing was glowing.
Like the glue you saw on the portkey container?
No, darker. I saw that same glow on the dragon's collar.
Yeah, what was that?
역시 뭔가 있었어.
Just wondering about that goblin back there.
He watches over the oldest section of the bank. Rare anyone goes there anymore.
뭔가 채갈 것 같아. 이제 싸울 것 같아요. 딱 지금 저기서 한바탕 싸울 것 같아.
Here we are.
이 노래는, 이 부금은.
When was the last time this vault was accessed?
A goblin has been stationed at my desk for hundreds of years. In that time, no one has visited
통과했어.
Vault 12
오.
until today.
어휴, 장난치지 마겠다. 째려보네. 여기 안에 무엇이 있을까요?
Vault 12.
Thank you for your help.
Thank you.
What do you suppose we should be looking for?
I'm not sure. Sir, I wonder if you
The
might...
instructions for Vault 12 indicate that I am to grant access to the holder of the key and then close the door.
Wait.
닫아버렸는데 진짜?
That was certainly unexpected.
아니,
Let me think. There must be something here. Revelio, perhaps.
Revelio.
레벨이요?
Yes, a revealing
아, 존재
charm.
확인 마법.
No time like the present. Let's see what we're missing. shall we? Ready your wand and focus.
우와, 이런 게 있어? 아, 잡혀서 어떻게 하는 거야? 오, 요런 게 있네.
Revelio. There, I saw something.
여기.
Move a bit closer and try again.
오, 와우.
A door.
다른데 뭐 볼 거 없고.
Well, that's a start. There's that symbol again. I don't suppose you see a way to...
I do, Professor. That symbol has the same glow as the one I saw on the port key container.
If what you can see reveals the way forward, then I dare say we are about to
Oh.
discover the secret of this vault. Lead the way.
불 꺼졌어.
Lumos.
공격했어 나는.
This
루머스.
is no
나도.
ordinary vault. I suspect we will need to earn our way out of here.
What do you mean, earn our way out? Do you think this is some sort of test?
테러?
I do. But to what end, I can't say. Stay close. There will be no disapparating if things go poorly. Not out of Gringotts.
아, 나 기다리는 거구나. 무조건 싸울 텐데.
I see something up ahead.
여기다.
What is it?
오,
That glow
이게 안 보인다고?
again, but on the floor.
어떻게 나아갈지 결정하세요.
What happened?
뭐야?
When I moved towards the glow, it suddenly seemed as if the ground was swirling about.
누구지?
Are you all right?
Yes, sir, I'm fine.
You seem to have caused the floor to change.
That statue.
What statue?
I see some sort of statue, but only as a reflection in the floor.
여기 있네, 그러면.
Revelio. I presume this is what you saw reflected in the floor.
It is. The reflection's still there, but the statue's positions don't
기사
match.
멋있다.
Wait. When you moved, the reflection turned
오,
in the
그렇네.
direction of the light.
Perhaps you should cast Lumos.
루머스. 됐어. 이제 배웠어요. 이제 누른 상태에서
Lumos.
Well done.
오,
Now the reflection is turning towards me.
됐다. 오, 일어난다.
Just follow the light.
오. 잠깐만. 싸우는 거 아니지? 왜 싸울 것 같지? 아 잠깐만. 아 이것도 누르는 게 있어? 침입자를 제거하라. 제거하라. 오. 싸우는 거네. 세모로 카운터 치는 건가? 어 뭐야? 어딜 가면 날 때리려고. 생각보다 쉬운데? 아 세모 눌렀는데 왜 안돼? 늦게 눌렀나? 아자. 반사. 활짝. 척척. 나도 루모스.
Stay close.
뭐야? 어? 어?
Professor! Professor Fig!
교수님이 없어졌어요.
Professor, where are you? This isn't good. Where am I supposed to go?
어? 나도 없어졌네?
What's
어 여기다.
happening? The wisps of magic seem to be leading me somewhere.
알려주네. 나 몰래 지금 어디 한번 독점하려고.
Ah, that's where they.
그건 내 거라고.
That glow again.
얍. 루모스 하고
Lumos.
그다음에 요거. 아이고.
Lumos.
루모스 하고
Revelio.
아, 리벨로 요거지?
On my own this time. Lumos.
하나 일어났고 두 개 일어났고 아 여기다.
It seems I have no choice. I'm going to have to fight my way.
아
out.
싸워야 돼? 덤벼라. 척척. 어? 패링 같은 거 온다. 패링. 끝. 또 있나? 프로테고 사용 중에는 카운터 있네? 오케이. 카운터가 있었어요. 카운터. 오 이렇게. 아 다시. 아이고. 그렇지. 스피파이. 끝? 또 있네? 아이고. 너무 아파요. 뭐야? 나 안 보여. 끝? 해치웠나?
Lumos.
됐다. 이거 뭐지? 질주. 저 뭐야? 내 거야. 문이다. 차원의 문. 이곳은? 이거 뭐지? 볼? 물약인가? 빨리 먹어.
There you are. How did you?
숨겨.
What is this place?
I don't know. But I found this floating above that
이렇게?
basin.
That is no mere basin. That is a pensive for viewing memories. I
이게?
wonder.
안에 기억을 볼 수 있나?
Follow my lead.
어? 오, 이쁜데? 뭐야? 누구지?
All is in place.
The portkey is well hidden.
Perhaps too well. I wonder if the path we've created...
Maybe impossible to follow. It will only be impossible for one who cannot see traces of ancient magic as I can.
안녕하세요.
Your ability to see what others cannot will not be enough, Percival. We are entrusting the one who embarks on this path with powerful secrets, with knowledge others will do anything to obtain.
Yes, and if we are correct, Charles, the witch or wizard who completes the trials will have proven themselves worthy of that knowledge, and the responsibility that accompanies it.
We've done all that we can.
That's what you're seeing. The glow that surrounded them.
Yes, sir.
예.
Astonishing.
Can I see magic?
Traces of an ancient
오,
magic.
고대
to be
마법.
precise. The magic that Miriam had always believed existed,
결국
but could never. Miriam, and perhaps George, died in pursuit of knowledge that has been dormant for centuries.
아, 저 마법을 알아내려다가
And you, it seems, are the key to understanding why. We were.
It all looks rather different than it did a moment ago.
어?
Someone's coming.
Who were they?
역시
I don't know. But, sir, you shouldn't.
이게 없앤다 이제.
I was right.
안록?
Ranrock.
Seems my reputation precedes me. I was beginning to think no one was ever going to visit Rackham's vault.
And why are you here?
No need for that. Just give me whatever it is.
안 넘기지.
you found here and we can let bygones be bygones.
오, 이제 뭐야? 눈 빨개. 내가 원하던 눈이다.
Sir, they have the key to the vault.
Choose your next words wisely.
I only meant that the instructions to Vault 12 were quite clear. Sir, I must insist. I was to grant access only to one with the key, and you didn't have them.
오. 헐.
I have no patience for traitors. Now, where were we?
I'm not giving you anything.
Well, perhaps your young friend here will be more helpful.
끙끙거리. 뭐야? 어? 바뀌었다. 오. 오. 멋있다. 이 페이지. 아, 저거 뭐가 왔죠? 이제야 수가 많네. 3대3. 거기 있지마. 오. 세이프.
Are you all right?
Fine, sir.
I've never seen so powerful a goblin. He seemed wholly unaffected by my magic.
Where are we?
결국에
It
12번
can't
금고에는
be.
진짜 뭐가 있던 거지?
It seems those who set up the
저
pensive,
기억
the
로켓?
locket, and the path to both wanted someone with
아,
my
그냥
ability
길이구나.
to end up here.
그냥 길을 인도하는 것 같아요.
Come. We have a sorting ceremony to get to.
아, 저게 그렇게 중요해? 좀 미로일 것 같은데? 바로 앞이네? 여기구나. 소름. 이쁜데? 와, 이제 시작이구만. 호그와트 레거시. 아, 내가 눌러야 돼? 사자? 독수리? 끝. 바로 왔네.
Oh, good. We haven't missed the sorting ceremony. I'm no expert, but that seems more appropriate. Now, I need to study this locket as soon as I can, but first I must contact the Ministry. They need to know what happened to George and be warned of Ranrock. For the moment, I ask that you keep all that's happened this evening between you and me.
Of course, sir.
Thank you. Ready for the sorting ceremony?
기숙사랑 뭐야? 늦었나? 맛있는 거 먹네.
Nigellus Black.
뭐야?
Prepare yourself to meet the headmaster.
Fig, nice of you to join us. The sorting ceremony's over.
끝났다고?
There were complications.
Complications?
It seems the goblin problem has...
Enough. Goblins. I've no time for rumors, Fig, and I'm rapidly losing whatever patience I had left. If you're lucky, we might still be able to get you sorted this evening.
I'll be in touch.
많다. 맛있어 보인다. 음식들.
Professor Weasley, we've one more to be sorted.
Welcome. You're just
모자다.
in time.
말하는 모자.
Have a seat.
뭐야? 응?
Ah, yes. A bit older than the
나이가 좀
others,
많대.
aren't you? You come here with preferences and preconceptions. Certain expectations.
어서 탐험하고 싶어.
I'm looking forward to exploring Hogwarts and the world beyond the castle and grounds.
Indeed. Much can be gleaned by having an adventurous spirit, but your professors have a great deal to teach you as well. I wonder. I detect something in you
모두
A
아프지 마세요.
certain sense of-
몸 건강히.
What is it?
그래서 흉흉거리고 있어 얘는. 뭘로 하지? 대담함, 호기심, 신의, 야망. 딱히 뭐 없는데? 좋아, 나는 대담함을 하겠어.
A sense of adventure? I like to think that I'm not afraid of anything.
Oh, but you're brave at heart.
그건 아닌데.
Exceptionally daring, undaunted by the unknown, willing to forge ahead alone when you must. Perhaps you belong in Gryffindor.
그리핀도르. 여기가 됐네? 기숙사 방식. 여기로 하겠습니다. 딴 데 뭐 있어? 그리핀도르 어디지? 해리포터가 갔던 곳인가요? 딴 데 갈까? 추천할 만한 곳이 있나요? 그리핀도르 말고 다른데? 고민된다. 잠깐만요. 그리핀도르? 그냥 나온 대로 할까? 나는 수락하겠어.
Better be Gryffindor.
그리핀도르. 푸플? 풀 어디지? 결국 여기로 왔습니다. 그리핀도르. 얘네들이구만.
Oh, and one more thing. Due to the unfortunate injury on the pitch in last spring's final,
퀴디치
this
끝.
year's Quidditch season has
여기 없다
been
그랬어.
cancelled.
어허.
Enough. It's not as though I've banned flying altogether.
비행은 가능하고.
Don't tempt me. You are here to focus on your academic futures. I'm sure you will have plenty to do before classes begin tomorrow. I said, I'm sure you all have plenty to do before classes begin tomorrow.
빨리 나가는 거지. 그렇지.
Quite an entrance. It's lovely to meet you. I'm...
Professor Weasley, would you be so kind as to show our new student to their common room?
I shall see to it, sir. As I was saying...
음식 아깝다. 남은 것들.
Pleased to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well, Professor.
As deputy headmistress, it is my distinct
교감
honor to show
선생님.
you to your common room. Right this way. It's most uncommon for a student to begin as a fifth year. This should be quite an adventure.
I'm looking forward to it.
I remember the first time I entered the Gryffindor common room after being sorted.
You were a Gryffindor.
I am a Gryffindor. Never could remember the password
뭐야?
when I was a girl, however.
Password?
Password?
The password is Grata Domum.
Grata Domum.
You may enter.
오, 요렇게. 내 방인가?
Now, go on in and get some sleep. You have a big day ahead of you tomorrow. I shall be back in the morning to collect you for your first class.
웬 하수구지?
Thank you, Professor Weasley.
You're welcome.
길이 이상한데?
I hope you enjoy your first night at Hogwarts. Sleep well.
방 구경 하고 싶었는데. 바로 아침. 잘 잤당.
Looks like everyone's gone. Better head to the front.
아직은 초라하네. 뭐 없어요. 호그와트에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 옷 좀 갈아입을까? 에? 내 휴게실 아니야 여기? 올라가는 건가?
Now, which way is the common room?
옷 갈아입어야지. 뭐야? 아, 레벨 자물쇠.
Must be different. Starting off.
They're lucky they didn't end up as dragon food, like that poor man from the ministry.
넌 누구니?
I hope a professor.
Wait, that's not right. I really thought I had it. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. It's not a complicated spell. I should be able to do it non-verbally. Why is this
화가
not
많은데?
working? Ugh! Oh, hello there. Welcome to Gryffindor. I'm Cressida.
Pleasure to meet you, Cressida.
Splendidly theatrical arrival to the sorting ceremony last evening. Made it in by the skin of your teeth. Is it
동료인가?
true that you're Professor Fig's protege?
전혀 아니야. 공부했었지.
I'm not sure I'd say that, but I did study with him a little before we arrived.
Blast! I was hoping he might have given you some advice on non-verbal casting.
Is that what you were trying to do just there?
Oh, yes. Having a spot of trouble. I've mastered the charm using its incantation, but this is proving a bit trickier.
넌 연습해야겠다. 조금 더 해야 될 것 같아. 얘는 긍정적으로 말해줘야지.
Oh, I hope so. If I can get it, Professor Ronan's sure to be very impressed. I'm just going to keep at it.
물음표?
Is it really that difficult to cast non-verbally?
Oh, yes. And if you don't get it just right, the result
다른 게
can be,
나오나?
shall we say, awkward. Once, I tried to cast Depulso non-verbally on a goblin
푸딩을 얼굴에 던져버렸대.
and ended up launching Professor Sharp's
당연히
Yorkshire
얹었지.
pudding into his face. He was not happy.
Do most students know how to cast non-verbally?
Not at all. Hogwarts doesn't teach non-verbal
6학년?
casting until the 6th year. And even then, many struggle with it. I'm simply trying to get ahead of the game.
그래, 행운
good
빌어.
luck with it. It was nice to meet you, Cressida.
You as well. Enjoy your first day.
자, 다음 친구는?
That girl thinks she
어?
can get away with
First
anything.
얘
day.
누구니?
I'm sure you'd use them.
헤이.
My older brothers will.
나중에 대학 갈래.
You'll like it, trust me. Sure
Weasley?
you don't want to try it?
뭐야 이건 또?
Brewed it myself. Hello, you're the new 5th year. Pleased to meet you. I'm Gareth Weasley. Heard about your travels here. Can't believe it. Glad you and Fig are all right. Is it true that someone from the Ministry was with you in the carriage?
Oh, yes. A friend of Professor Fig's.
Oh, didn't mean to pry. Nasty business, dragons. Again, very glad you're here.
Thank you, Gareth. So am I. Are you related to Professor Weasley?
I am. She's my aunt.
고모였어? 불편하지?
Does having your aunt here make things difficult?
More than you'd think. Most people assume I
맞네.
can't get into trouble or be given detention. But they're wrong. Aunt Matilda tends to treat me as if I'm a first year. Keeps too close an eye on me. It's all a bit
숨막힌데.
suffocating, to be honest. Still, she means well. And she's an incredibly powerful witch. She'll have your back.
아니요. 이게
Are you
뭐니?
having butterbeer for
버터 맥주?
breakfast?
Oh no. I've been perfecting a recipe I came up with over the summer. I'm almost
맛있나?
there. Based on some reactions, it may need a bit more work.
마법약은?
Seems you enjoy brewing. Might I assume that
쟤는 마법, 얘는 마법 약.
Well, as I see it, there's little difference fundamentally between brewing a modification to
이런.
butterbeer and a Wiggenweld potion. Though I'm not certain Professor Sharp would make the connection. He doesn't appreciate my creativity as much as you might think.
그래
Well, it
반가웠어.
was nice meeting you, Gareth, and thank you for the insights on your aunt.
Pleasure to meet you as well. Good luck today.
이렇게 세 명이 동료인가 본데. 그냥 언제 대화하지? 좀 감아서 줄래?
Professor could sure you'd use them.
대화 어떻게 해? 대화 어떻게 하지? 잠깐만.
hope a professor catches her this time.
Surely you weren't born with wings.
왔다. 드디어.
Why is everyone so highly strung? It's perfectly safe. Well, hello. Don't mind me. I find it helpful to change my point of view.
얘네 모험을 좋아하고.
Put things in perspective. Once I made it to the top of Gryffindor Tower from the outside without a broom.
클라이밍. 세상에.
I'm Nellie, by the way. Nellie Ogspire. I've heard rumors about what happened to you on your way to Hogwarts. Is it true? About the dragon?
그 정도야 나한테 쉽지.
It is true, but we handled it very well.
I'll say. I think you've already earned a reputation for fearlessness. Anyway, you've certainly brought some much-needed excitement to Gryffindor. And Hogwarts, for that matter.
What exactly are the rumors about my
소문이
journey to
불려졌나?
That you escaped a dragon attack? Isn't that enough? Most of us arrive via train or boat, not having just escaped the jaws of a dragon. Of course it's got people talking.
입에서.
Word travels fast at Hogwarts.
잘못된 소문.
I take it you're not afraid of heights.
It's something I've always done since I was little.
지붕에서.
My mother once
어떻게 간
found me
거지?
on the roof when I was
애기가?
5. Still has no idea how I got there. But with all the strange hallways and rooms in the castle and everything lurking in and outside the grounds, you don't need to scale a tower to see something incredible here.
넌 용 봤니?
I'd imagine most students have never seen a dragon. Have you?
Goodness, no. And I've never heard of one attacking a carriage like that. Not enough meat in a carriage, I'd think.
고기?
I'm sure I'll be
안녕.
seeing you around, either in our common room or when you scale your
먹긴
next
먹었지.
tower.
You never know. Bye for now.
아니다.
New
또 올라가.
Gryffindor. Professor Weasley's waiting for you outside the common room.
이들 숨어서 가고 있어.
Good morning. I trust you're ready for your first day at Hogwarts?
예,
I've been dreaming
준비됐습니다.
of this day for a long time. Can't believe I'm here.
Well, you are here. Make the most of it. You only have one first day at Hogwarts. Now, in light of your unique situation, joining us as a fifth year,
죽은 좀
you'll need to
먹기지.
catch up with your classmates and not fall behind. Especially as you'll be expected to complete
뭐야?
your
OWL?
OWLs at the end of the year.
뭐야 저게?
OWLs?
부엉이?
Owls.
맞네?
Yes, your
아울?
ordinary wizarding level exams. They will
올?
determine what type of career you can have
뭐야,
when
이게?
you leave here. After much
시험을
discussion
본대요.
with the headmaster and
아,
the
시험 보기
Department of
싫은데.
Magical Education at the ministry, we've devised something extraordinary to ensure your success. Here
밥 없어?
you are.
오. 안돼. 뭐야 저게?
What is it?
It is a wizard's field guide. It will help you to keep track of what you are learning so that you master all that's expected of a fifth year. You would be wise to take full advantage of this exceptionally valuable
thank you.
resource.
오, 사라졌어.
Thank you, Professor, but what do you mean it will keep track of what I'm learning?
Perhaps seeing it in action will answer any questions you may have.
어,
Walk with
귀신이다.
me and we shall put it to the test. This way. The guide
루머스.
will give you opportunities to practice your magic and educate
대낮에
yourself
지금
about
루머스를 켰어.
wizarding law.
Protego! Lumos!
I certainly would have appreciated something like the field guide when I was a student. Using the guide will also train you to be alert to your surroundings. Do keep up.
어디 뛰나 이제?
Ah, the guide appears to have some information for you about that painting of
뭐야?
poor Barufio.
소?
Simply cast Revelio on it, and we'll see what the guide says.
어떻게 수집해? 필드 가이드 페이지? 뭐지? 오, 이거야? 바루피오의 초상화. 뭐야? 바루피오가 주문을 외울 때 풀을 스로 발음했다가 버폴로에 깔린 채로 발견됐대. 그런 거였군. 저 레벨이구나. 경험치 포인트를 획득하는 유일한 방법. 와, 챌린지 1%. 이 필드 가이드? 오케이. 컬렉션, 재능, 인벤토리, 장비, 지도, 퀘스트, 부엉이 우편 등등 많네요. 필드 가이드 페이지, 탐험, 퀘스트, 전투, 필요 해방. 맞네. 저런 거 주는구나. 안경 같은 거. 나 안경 안 쓸 건데. 이거 다 해야겠네. 이것도. 이거 안 돼. 되는 게 있고 안 되는 것도 있고. 점프는 점프이지. 이거는 레벨 1 자물쇠.
No time to waste. You've classes to attend.
탐색. 그렇지. 너무 느린데. 왔다. 뭐야.
Perfect opportunity to show you how to use flue flames
흘러
to
볼
get
거?
around a bit quicker.
뭐야?
Your field guide contains a map of the castle. Open it
중앙홀?
up and find Central Hall.
오케이. 지도 열기가 이거야? 그게 누구야? 왼쪽은 학생들? 왼쪽은 학생들과 교수들. 두 개씩 연애하지 않겠습니다. 어디가 그러지? 남쪽 동지역 선택? 여긴가? 여기. 중앙홀. 여기군.
And here we are. Quite the time saver.
좋네.
These
그치.
stairs lead directly to Central Hall.
시간 아껴야지.
You can get almost anywhere in the castle quickly from Central Hall. Always something happening here. It's the heart of the hive, our King's Cross station, so to speak. That should be all for now. You'll be expected to attend both
어둠의 마법 방어법.
Charms and Defense Against the Dark Arts classes today. And I'd like to be sure you get
수업
to
두 개나 있네.
Hogsmeade as soon as possible to replace the supplies you lost on the way here.
호그스미드가 뭔가요?
You mentioned Hogsmeade, Professor.
Hogsmeade is the only all-wizarding village in Britain, and it's
술집.
home to an array of shops and pubs. You should be able to find all of the school supplies you require in Hogsmeade.
가봐야겠군.
You will also, I imagine, enjoy many a
버터
butterbeer there
맥주.
with friends in due course.
좋지. 뭐야
Can you
뭐한데?
tell me more about the Defense Against the Dark Arts class?
Defense Against the Dark Arts, as the name implies, focuses on how to defend
아까 실드
oneself
같은 건가?
against the evils that lurk beyond these walls. A mastery of Defense Against the Dark Arts
오라?
is required for those who aspire to become auras. Fortunately, we are lucky to have the ever-gifted Professor Hecat in charge of our students' education in that regard.
마법 수업.
What will I learn in Charms class?
Exactly what you might expect. Spells,
주문,
charms,
마법,
jinxes, all
약점.
terribly useful. I think you will enjoy Professor Ronan. He's a clever and entertaining wizard, and a talented teacher.
알겠습니다.
Thank you, Professor Weasley.
A lot to absorb on your first day, and you have much to learn.
난 할 수
Happily,
있지.
your professors have agreed to create additional assignments for you outside of class. You'll be up to speed in no time. Judging by your adept use of Revelio earlier, I'd say Professor Fig succeeded in at least showing you the basics.
He did, Professor.
He's been terribly vague as to the events preceding your arrival, specifically about what happened after that awful dragon attack. My suspicion is that there's more to the story than a search for belongings and an extended trip up to the castle.
그런 일은 없었어요.
I'm sorry, Professor, but I'm afraid that's all there is to it.
못 믿어.
Almost precisely what Professor Fig said. Speak of the devil, Professor Fig. Your ears must have been burning.
Oh?
Yes. You seem to have provided our new fifth year with a solid foundation in the basics of spellcasting.
I'm afraid I can't take all the credit there, Professor. They've a rare aptitude for magic, it seems.
Well, I'm just glad you both arrived in one piece. Perfectly good boats and carriages to Hogwarts, and you chose to fly in the path of a dragon.
I wouldn't say I chose the dragon's path, Professor. Rather unfortunately, it would seem that it chose us.
Very well. Enough chit-chat. I need to get to class myself. Might I rely on you, Professor Fig, to explain the details of the field
길다.
guide's map?
Of course.
Thank you. Good luck today. And remember to use your field guide. It will be
이제 옷
invaluable.
바꿔야지.
And invaluable to me, as I'll be using it to keep up to date on your
아니 진도
progress.
중요하지.
Yes, Professor.
Come and find me in my classroom after you've attended both classes today.
아이, 과제라니.
And I'll explain
과제
more
싫어.
about those assignments I mentioned. And we'll see if we can't get you to Hogsmeade for those supplies.
It's good to see you, Professor.
And you. I was hoping our paths would cross today, before you immersed yourself in studies. Did I hear you masterfully evade Professor Weasley's interrogation
유도 질문이었어
regarding
그게?
our late arrival?
너무 빠른데? 들으셨군요.
I did my best, but I'm fairly certain she suspects that we're not being entirely forthcoming.
Yes, well, Professor Weasley is a brilliant and astute witch. It was right to keep the details to yourself for now.
들키면 안
I
돼.
don't know where this path we've embarked upon will lead. It may require a bit more flexibility with your time than she would approve of. And she may feel obliged to share details with the headmaster that would be better left between us.
Understood, Professor.
Good. Now, as capable as you are, I believe the ability you possess obliges you to be well trained. Happily, you have the benefit of an exceptionally skilled team of witches and wizards to guide you. Speaking of guides, and so that I may avoid
이제
another
알려주네. 필드
not so
가이드.
subtle reproof from Professor Weasley, why don't I show you the clever enchantment we included in the field guide's map?
마법.
Unfold it and have a look.
했어. 아 이거 지도지? 뭐야? 뭐야? 홀로 불꽃 위치. 여기다. 아 수업 2개 맞아. 아쉬워. 순간이동.
The map is enchanted to help you find your way.
This will be incredibly helpful.
아직 마법이었어?
Thank you.
Now, sounds like you've quite a day ahead. What with classes and a trip to Hogsmeade for supplies,
아 맞아 거기 가야 돼. 호그스미드.
including your own wand. You'll enjoy Mr. Ollivander. He's an exceptional craftsman and a good friend. I shall reach out when I have more information about our mysterious locket. For now, focus on your classes and pay attention. More than your owls may hinge on the magic you are able to master within these walls.
아니요. 야, 어디 있어? 가보면 아침만? 아 이게 길 알려주는 거야? 순간이동하면 되지 않나? 아 가깝네. 아 수업이라다. 수업이야 수업. 여기네. 뭐야? 누가 싸우나? 이거 아니야? 한번 봐볼게요. 누가 싸워? 잘못 들었나? 상자 있네? 상자 모양 있었는데 여기? 일단 수업이 먼저니까. 여기다. 쏘리. 퀘스트. 얘도 막 불량 학생 있는 거 아니야? 막 괴롭히고?
Behind you.
없네.
An open seat here.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Nettie. So you are the new student. Have you met Professor Ronan yet?
Shall we begin? Welcome to year 5 of charms. Now,
재밌어
this will
보인다.
be a crucial year in your education on the art of charm work. But I am confident that we will take hold with the passion and rigor requisite of such a challenge. Right, now, everyone, please open your textbooks to page 517. But before we begin, can anyone here tell me the difference between the incantations of the color change and growth charms?
없어요.
Anyone? Anyone?
응?
I am afraid it is too late to study.
이런. 뺏겼네.
My, the summer months must have really taken a toll on you all. By the looks of it, you all spent your holidays practicing Obliviate on one another. Do you even remember how to perform a basic summoning charm?
얘를 모르지.
Well, it seems that we are in dire need of review. Everyone get into pairs and take positions on opposite sides of the classroom. Now let's put those textbooks to use as the blunt objects you so believe they are, and take turns summoning them out of one another's hands. Only one book will be needed per partnership, Miss Dale. Thank you. Get into place now.
이렇게? 아시오? 금방인데? 뺏었다. 이 책은 이제 제 겁니다.
You are a swift learner. I see a lot of potential, but remember, potential is nothing without practice. Keep at it. You might just rival Miss Onai here. Very good, everyone. That's enough of that.
금방 끝났는데?
As you all seem to have the basics down, and it is an exceptionally lovely day, I was
꿀인데요?
thinking that we might have ourselves
이런 수업
a little
좋지.
excursion outside for a spot of fresh air.
따라오라고? 오, 대박.
I've always found
그래픽
that
좋은데?
fun goes hand in hand with mastery, as I'm sure the Quidditch players amongst us would agree.
지팡이?
What better than a bit of sport to put our prowess with the summoning charm to the test?
날아다니기.
Right?
이거 뭐야?
So why don't we have our newest student start us off?
아니 뭐 어떻게 하라는 거야? 어떻게 하라고?
Very simply, cast Accio on one of the spheres and relinquish your charm. Excellent. Good. Don't lose.
아 뭐야 어떡하라고 잠깐만.
Think of this like gobstones, if you will. But instead of throwing the marbles out, you are summoning them toward you. Very good.
오케이 50점. 아 점수 대기야? 자, 이제
That's it.
아 이런. 아
Very good. Points to Gryffindor. But there's certainly no sport in playing without some friendly competition.
경기?
Miss Onai, would you care to give our new student a bit of a challenge? Come on.
아 나 몰랐지. 아
You'll be the blues just as
오케이.
Miss Onai,
이거
you are
이겨야지.
playing red.
질 수 없지 이건.
Clear?
Yes, sir.
오케이. 언제 봐. 언제 보시지.
Let us see this.
한 30에 넣을까? 30. 이쯤에서 아 이런 빵점이다. 아. 와 뭐야 사기야 사기. 와 지겠는데? 밀 수 있겠나 이거? 밀 수 있나? 잠깐만요. 밀어버릴까 이거? 아!
Splendid.
Here we go.
아 졌네.
That is how it's done.
아 졌어요. 아 이거 이길 수 있는데 이제.
Nicely done.
아. 한 번 더 해. 질 수 없이. 한 번 더.
Let us make this a bit more interesting, shall
뭐
we?
재미있게. 뭐 저런?
I think we are well past interesting at this point.
I'll say.
Enough chatter. Focus now. You will need it.
이번 이긴다.
This round settles it all.
아 끊어야 되는구나.
Be sharp.
막아. 에이. 그러면은 이때 너무 끌었다. 아 너무 끌었다. 야 얘는 다해. 나 저 밀어서 떨어뜨리고 싶은데 되나? 아 안되네.
Excellent control there.
저거 떨어뜨려야지.
Let us see this.
그냥 컬링하는 거 같네.
There we go.
자 컬링.
Accio.
안돼.
That
됐다.
was an execution.
이겼다. 떨어뜨렸어. 좋아 이겼다. 1대1.
Very good, both of you. Well done.
무승부다. 하는 법 알면은 쉽지. 금방 이겨주는 거죠.
Class is dismissed. Gather your things on the way out.
아 수업 재밌네 이거.
Good game back there. I must admit, I think I underestimated you.
또 덤벼 보시지.
Took me weeks to become proficient with Accio. Took weeks for me to get anything right when I transferred here. It gets easier.
너무 쉬웠어. 지금도 잘 적응하고 있어.
Thank you, but I've been holding my own.
I
저런.
appreciate your confidence. I
엄청
transferred here from Wagadu
재수
just
없다.
before my 4th year. My mother received an offer to teach divination here. Before I knew it,
점술?
we had left Uganda and were halfway around the world at a new school in a new country.
Is
와가두?
Wagadu much bigger than Hogwarts?
Wagadu School of Magic is the largest wizarding school in the world.
마가두는 마법 학교가 있어?
Bigger than Hogwarts. But it never seemed
이거 하나가
intimidating
아니었어?
or overwhelming to me. It always felt like home.
Is Wagadu a castle like Hogwarts?
Its address is Mountains of the
handmade?
Moon. It is not so much a castle as
그냥
a
이쁜
beautiful
건물이구나.
edifice carved out of the mountainside. I remember the first time I saw it, the mist was so thick I could hardly make out anything at all. And then it just materialized before me, this enormous school that seemed to be floating in midair.
거대한 학교. 거기서 못 쓰니?
This may seem an odd question, but is magic the same there as it is here?
Mostly, yes. But I did have to learn how to use a wand when I
아,
arrived.
지팡이.
Hardly anyone
뭐야?
at Wagadu uses
그래도 좋은 거 아니야? 대단하다.
You can cast spells without
그거 좋은
a
거지.
wand.
Oh yes, I find wandless magic to
교수님
be
뒤에
much
봐봐.
more instinctive.
지금 왜 서 있어?
Not to mention quite convenient if one is without their wand. I must admit, however, that I am growing quite fond of using a wand. It seems very dramatic.
It's nice to learn about another wizarding
안녕.
school.
Thank you for asking. I do miss Wagadu, but I am glad to be here at Hogwarts. Ah, I think Professor Ronan wants to talk to you. Better not keep him waiting.
교수님이?
Until next time.
Of course,
A word,
you
if you
can
would.
use Accio on humans, if you're
You
so
wanted to
inclined.
speak with me, Professor?
I did. I trust your first charms lesson lived up to
어,
expectations.
재밌었어 이거.
Well, an outdoor competition
맞아.
wasn't exactly the lesson I was
재밌네,
expecting,
야외.
sir.
What charm is there in the expected?
진부한
You did
마법.
well, managing to best as gifted a student as Miss Onai.
Thank you, Professor. I enjoyed the match.
Miss
맞아, 재밌었어 이거.
Onai is always a fierce competitor, though I sense that she is a bit distracted of late. Now, Professor Weasley has asked that your professors give you instruction outside
다른
of
수업?
the ordinary curriculum.
또 뭐지?
Expect to hear from me soon regarding a special assignment that I am preparing
특별한
for
과제?
you.
좋아, 이제 끝났고.
Hello there. You're the new student, aren't you?
넌 누구야?
Hello, you wanted to speak to me?
Samantha Dale. I've been eager to meet you. You're the student everyone's been whispering about. Hope your first day's going well. You certainly seem to hold your own in charms.
그렇게 어렵지 않았는데?
Thank you, but it really wasn't all that challenging.
My brother William would tell you not to be so humble and to trust your abilities. Then again, he tends to be a bit overconfident in his. Well, better see to my charms homework. I find Professor Ronan's lessons a bit more challenging than you do.
새로운 퀘스트? 아, 저거 해야지. 뭐야? 밑에는? 이거 했는데? 아, 이거 해야 되는 거야, 이제? 이제 장비. 전 얻은 거 입을게요. 자, 어디 보자. 어? 전 얻은 게 있는데? 의상인가? 아이 뭐 잠깐만 빨리 벗었어. 아 이게 뭐야? 아이 부끄러워라. 됐어요. 내복. 추운 곳인가? 내복을 입고 있네. 오 장갑 껴야지. 멋진데 안경은 별로. 머리 보고는 아이 납작 모자 별로다. 아 아직 못해요. 메인 스토리를 해야지 나갈 수 있나봐요. 목보고는 있네. 내추럴 베이지 스카프. 오케이 꺼. 이쁘네. 이제 가볼까? 방어법. 어디야? 왜 이렇게 멀어? 여기네. 와, 크다. 오, 할 수 있구나. 공격. 징그러. 싸우네. 한 판?
Is that all you've got?
오, 뭐야?
Professor Hecat!
와.
You'd be good enough to blast each other to pieces on your own time. I get new students every year, but I only have one Hebridean black skull.
학생이 아니라 이게 더 중요해.
It was a token from the Great Poacher Raid of 1878. No doubt you've heard of it. Now, you may be asking yourself how an old woman like me single-handedly took out the largest poacher ring in eastern Wales and lived to boast about it. Knowledge.
오, 또 드래곤이네.
To the wise, age matters very little.
맞아.
Today
나이는
we
중요하지
will
않지.
review a spell that has saved me from death at the hands of dark wizards more times than I care to remember.
아까 저거구나.
Levioso.
Levioso? A levitation charm?
Levioso!
오.
A surprised opponent is a weak opponent. Care to defend yourself, Master Pruitt? No? One thing I've learned as an unspeakable is the value of simplicity, especially in the heat of battle. Now, let's practice what we've just learned, starting with something small.
배운다지. 자, X. X. 끝. 이것이 레비오소.
Levioso.
끝. 또 했어요. 보라색이네. 되게 이쁘다.
Now, let's try something a little
더 큰 거?
larger.
오. 장갑 이쁜데?
Let us begin with the basic cast.
자, 어떻게 하는 거야? 이렇게 누르고.
See how the dummy deflected your cast?
저거.
This time, cast Levioso first, then the basic cast.
오케이.
Remember, a surprise. So,
오.
now the basic cast. Well done.
막타.
Very good. But the best way to practice
결투?
is by dueling.
좋습니다.
We'll start with you two. Duelists, take your marks.
Time for a proper Hogwarts welcome.
Now, I want a fair duel using only
오.
Levioso, basic cast, and Protego. You may
공격
begin.
레비오소. 오케이. 바로 공격해야지.
This should be easy. Levioso. Good form.
야.
Nothing lucky about it.
What are you doing up there?
You're good.
How perceptive. Thank
앞으로
you.
가서 때려줘야지.
This can't be your first duel.
Let's just say
I do enjoy life.
어딜 먼저 때리려고? 이 자식이.
If only all of my students were this adept.
끝. 계속 때려.
Not bad for a beginner. You give as good as you get.
낄낄? 아씨. 목표죠.
I put you on the spot, and you rose to the challenge. Points to Gryffindor.
벌써 두 개.
Glad to have the opportunity to practice.
If what I've seen today is any indication, we can expect great things.
인재인데 인재? 재능
I
있어?
demand excellence from my students. They are capable of achieving it, and they must achieve it. A classroom duel is one thing, but battling dark wizards, or as ever more likely goblins,
어둠의
is
마법사.
a different kettle of grindelows
고블린.
entirely.
Understood, Professor.
So, I'd advise you to keep practicing whenever you can.
셀로?
Perhaps Mr. Sallow will have some ideas for you. Again, Well done today. I shall reach out soon with additional assignments.
언제든.
All right. That's enough spectacle for one day. Class is dismissed.
아 얘구나. 한 번 더?
Nice work.
뭐 불태웠는데 지금? 오. 아까 책 불태우지 않았나? 아, 책 불태우고 싶은데? 오케이, 태웠어. 야, 대화하자 이제.
I enjoyed that.
Well, that duel was quite something. Everyone will be talking about it.
오, 얘는 뱀이다,
Certainly
뱀.
good practice.
Practice. It felt more like I was dueling an expert. Sebastian Sallow, by the way. Didn't expect
약한
a
자군.
new student to be so deft with a wand. Then again, perhaps this wasn't your first duel.
아니, 해본 적 없는데?
In fact, it was. Perhaps I have a
아,
knack.
재능 있나 봐.
Be quiet if you like,
재수
but I know
없구만.
better. Magic requires intention and talent. You know, you might be
뭐야?
a perfect
비공식
fit
비밀
for a
결투 클럽?
certain exclusive, unsanctioned
그런 게 있었으면 나를
dueling
불렀어야지. 재밌겠는걸?
Exclusive and unsanctioned.
나도 껴줘.
Excellent. Knew I was right about you. If you want to get the most out of your time at Hogwarts, you're going
원래
to
규칙은
need to
깨라고 있는
break
거지.
the rules now and then.
이게
Whether it's
맞나?
joining a secret dueling club or sneaking into the restricted section of the library,
제한구역.
you just have to be clever enough not to get caught.
Thank you, Sebastian. I'll keep that in mind.
Good. Pleasure chatting with you.
또 보자.
Sure, I'll see you soon. Perhaps somewhere unsanctioned. We'll see if your performance today was sheer luck
오.
or actual skill.
그래.
Look for Luke and Brattleby near the clock tower
한번 뜰까?
entrance. If you're interested.
끝.
Till next time.
여기 말포이가 있나? 쟤는 제 이름이 뭐지? 뭐였지? 이름 또 까먹었어. 약자는 기억하지 않는다. 네, 호그스미드로 가는 거야? 잠깐만 퀘스트 한번 보자. 레벨 2고요? 컬렉션? 이게 뭔 컬렉션이야? 퀄리티 괜찮죠? 오 재밌어요. 저 이거 오늘 처음 시작했는데 괜찮습니다. 재밌어요. 교차한 지팡이 라운드 1. 거기 어디요? 뒤네. 보라색 뭐야? 사람 헷갈리게. 난 계속 올라가야 돼. 으아 달려. 여기 아니라 이쪽 여기 이게 뭐야? 왜 보라색 찍혀있지? 나중에 루칸 브레틀비. 아 거긴가? 그 결투 클럽? 요거 게임 사야 돼요. 스팀은 6만원인가? 7만원인가? 그 정도 할 거예요. 뭐야? 또야.
I've come from the toilet bowl where she said I could swim. Did you praxia mole? As long as we're only one time a week, I can...
문을 열어라. 너. 으차.
Glad you could make it.
오.
Lucan's just over there.
뭐야? 아이고.
Revelio.
이 뭐야 얘?
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented flu powder.
이게 아닌가?
Revelio.
끝. 자, 저기 갈게요. 여긴데? 얘구나.
Sebastian told me to see you about a club.
If Sebastian vouches for you, that's all I need to know. I coordinate duels for crossed wands. A dueling club of sorts. It's invitation only, so you must have really impressed Sebastian.
자, 결투를 한번 시작해볼까? 내가 콧대를 눌러줬지?
I seem to have a knack for dueling.
Then you've come to the right place.
How does cross wands work exactly?
You show up, I match you with other duelists, and whoever is still standing
마지막까지.
in the end wins. It's our way of determining the school's greatest duelist once and for all. And to liven things up,
합격장이 되겠어.
the winner is awarded a prize.
상품까지?
Interested?
좋지.
Of course. Dueling's an entertaining
어우,
pastime.
당연하지.
I agree. Besides, in crossed ones, you could duel with a partner if you like. Your first time I'll pair you
partner?
with Sebastian. Next time, you'll need to bring a partner along, or duel alone.
뭐 혼자 싸우지 뭐.
Care to step into the ring?
준비됐어.
Get me in the ring.
바로 싸우자.
Spectacular! Let the fireworks begin!
We'll
오.
make you regret signing up.
초기 라운드. 자, 싸웁니다 이제. 오케이. 해리포터는 이 자식. 공격. 자. 나 죽을 것 같아. 패배했다. 졌어. 안 돼.
That looks painful. Care to try another round?
너 막 싸웠다. 그래.
Yes. Don't count me out yet.
Brilliant!
질 수 없지. 다시 싸웁니다. 그렇지. 그렇지.
There goes my wager.
Expulso!
루모스 왜 해? 그냥 때려야지. 됐어. 이제 끝났어요 이제. 1대2.
Act like a winner.
오.
Some big hits that round. Nice work. Sebastian wasn't wrong about you.
한 판 더?
There's strong competition ahead, but keep this up and you could be the
학교장이다,
next
학교장.
champion.
Brilliant. Count me in.
I shall. Now, it takes time to organize
아.
these duels, but check with me later. I
바로
may have
못하네.
something lined up for you. Again, congratulations on your first crossed ones victory. Well fought. Hope to see you back here again.
그래. 오.
How nice to see you, my young friend.
이제 다른 퀘스트. 뭐가 있을까? 위즐리? 그다음 지도 보고 가지? 아이고 뭐야. 지도 보고 가야겠다. 지도. 어디 보조 퀘스트 할 수 있대요. 여기 해야 되는구나. 이런 거. 지도 엄청 많은데? 꽤 먼데요? 이렇게 많구나. 꽤 넓네. 오케이. 근데 여기 있으니까 일단 가야죠. 변신 교실. 변신이가 진짜? 변신하고 싶어. 빨리 가야겠어. 이게 뭔데? 나와라! 비켜! 밑으로 쭉. 뭔 소리야 이거? 도착.
What about the room,
어,
Professor?
I was
루비다.
thinking the same thing, Deke. Perhaps you could help.
Oh, excuse, Deke.
Ah, there you are. I trust your first classes went well?
어이 고럼요.
Did, Professor.
I heard as much from Professors Hecat and Ronan. Seems Professor Fig taught you quite a bit before you arrived. I'd wager there's a good deal more to your travels here than what you've told me. Isn't there?
뭐라고 하지? 잠깐만요. 아니에요.
Nothing more, Professor.
I see. Like trying to get a sonnet from a streeler.
분명 안 믿고 있어 지금.
Regardless, you must continue to build upon what you've learned. In that regard, I've asked your professors to help hasten your progress with some extra assignments.
어? 추가 과제?
I'm not sure I have time for extra
해야지.
assignments, Professor.
빨리 하고 그냥
You'll
나가야지.
find the time. You'd be astonished to know just how much you don't know. In fact, Professor Ronan will meet you outside momentarily to assign you.
난 할 수 있어.
Now, regarding the trip to Hogsmeade I mentioned earlier, we've arranged to replace the supplies lost on your way here, including seeds, potion recipes, and spellcrafts.
Thank you, Professor.
And Mr.
Thank you.
Ollivander will connect you with the perfect wand. You've managed your classes well with a borrowed wand, but you'll find the magic you cast with your own wand to be far superior.
마법약.
Can you tell me more about the potions shop, Professor?
공부 많이 써야 돼.
Potions stocks a wide array of potions ingredients, although they rarely sell recipes. Professor
내가
Shaw
얻어야겠지?
asks that they have
제도법은.
a couple of particular recipes on hand for
오.
you.
마법사가 뭔가요? 아, 이거 올리벤더?
Ollivander's in Hogsmeade.
There is. Most people are familiar with the shop in Diagon Alley. We're fortunate to have someone like him nearby. Mr. Ollivander is a genuine craftsman and highly skilled wand maker. I would trust no one else to pair
지팡이
me with a wand.
만들고 싶다.
I've never heard of a spellcraft before, Professor. What is it?
A spellcraft is a recipe of sorts.
아,
used
그거다.
when conjuring
그 방에
spells. I shall
장식품
explain more
만드는
about
거.
them when you begin working with transfiguration magic.
I'm eager to
가시죠.
get to Hogsmeade.
Very well. I'd like you to make your first visit to the village with a classmate.
어?
Help you get
혼자
your
가고 싶은데?
bearings. Perhaps Sebastian Sallow or Natsai Onai. I've noticed you spending time with them.
네이트랑
I'd
가야지.
like to go with Natty.
Excellent choice. Miss Onai is one of our most talented students. And she knows the area. She'll keep you well clear of any of Victor Rookwood's undesirables on route.
불량한 패거리?
Rookwood.
A rather
로그는 누구야?
unsavory
아.
local. Best to avoid him and his associates, including
약간
his right
뭐라고
hand
하지?
of sorts, Theophilus Harlow.
약간
If you can.
도적인가?
Once you've finished Professor Ronan's assignment, your friend will meet you at the castle doors. No time to waste. The sooner you complete your work, the sooner you can enjoy a button
빨리
with
해야겠다.
3 broomsticks.
어디야? 뭐야? 첫 번째 과제? 오케이. 여기 있네? 가깝네요?
Ah, there you are.
예, 왔어요.
You have a new spell to teach me, Professor.
Indeed I do, and an exceedingly useful one at that. The mending charm, Reparo. Fixes
수리마법?
things right up, makes a broken object good as new in the blink of an eye.
It seems as if that might come in handy.
뭐
More
괜찮겠네 이거는.
frequently than one would imagine. As Professor Weasley mentioned, I am not the only one who will be teaching you spells outside of
더
class
있구만.
in an effort to catch you up with your peers. A number of your professors have agreed to do so as well, but first, each shall ask that you complete a few preliminary tasks to hone your magic. I have arranged some
금방 해줘야지.
today, See them through and then report back to me. We will have you casting Reparo in no time.
아, 바지를 하면은 목적이 뭐죠?
First complete tasks to learn
그치.
Reparo.
No lesson or lecture can compare to first-hand experience. And these tasks should provide you with just that.
과제하고
Such
마법
experience
배우고
is invaluable
이런
when
식으로.
mastering any new bit of magic.
I'll start on the task right away, Professor.
망가진 조각상 근처에서 날아다니는 페이지를 수집하기. 뭐가 많은데?
This is the right area. I wonder where the flying page is.
Protego!
구르기도 있어. 아이고, 미안. 뭐지? 페이지 수집하기?
Revelio.
어이 뭐 있는데? 뭐지? 아, 이거구나. 자, 아, 아쉬운가? 됐어. 아, 이해했다. 오케이. 저기.
A flying page must be around here somewhere.
아, 이거 또 멀리 있네 여기. 페이지 찾기가 더 어려운 것 같아.
Kind soul, help me.
여기 있다고? 어디지?
Revelio.
어디다. 그래, 어쩐지 이상하더라. 끝. 다 했어요. 안 보이면 이거 쓰면 돼.
I trust the preliminary tasks weren't too much
다
trouble.
했습니다.
I completed the assignments, Professor.
Marvelous. You clearly know your way around basic charms. Let us give the old mending charm a try then, shall we?
자, 배워볼까 한번?
Be deliberate in your enunciation and movements.
발음과
I
동작.
want to see some vigor. Now, wand at the
입 좀
ready.
풀고.
Yes, sir.
Remember, your wand
오,
is a
화막크네.
conduit of your magic.
오. 오케이. 레파로. 이제 저거 고쳐야지.
That's it. Very good. If you would like to practice mending something, have a go with that broken statue in the alcove by the water.
끝났죠?
Allegedly symbolized heartbreak. Perhaps a jilted lover thought it accurate.
어이구. 아이 금방 부서지네.
Reparo.
Something quite satisfying about using the
아이고. 다시 부셨어. 다시 고쳤습니다. 아유. 이제 갑니다. 여기 뭐 있는데?
Revelio.
여기 아닌가? 상자. 문 열어라. 그렇지. 이거 뭐야?
Levioso.
아, 이거 아닌데. 이게 뭐야? 잠깐만. 11 뭐하고 21 17 요거 물음표. 때리는 거 아닌데?
Revelio.
때려봐서 뭐 바뀌는 게 없어.
Revelio.
아, 저거 이거 뭐야? 열쇠 필요하니 이건 또. 아, 내 풀고 싶긴 한데. 룰. 뭐야?
Revelio.
개구리. 어렵다. 이거 나중에 하면 되겠지 뭐. 급한 거 아니니까. 일단은 퀘스트. 아, 네티 만나기. 여기 맞네? 금방이지? 어휴, 멀어. იქ. 다 왔다. 가자.
Hello, looking for me?
Revelio.
뭐야? 아, 납작해진 갑옷. 아, 트롤과 의자 뺏기 놀이 결투를 했던 무모한 갑옷이래요. 당했구나. 죽은 거 아니야 그러면?
Natty, I hope I haven't kept you waiting long.
Not at all. Professor Weasley tells me that you need to go to Hogsmeade. You must be eager to have your own things again. And to see the village.
I've been looking forward to it.
Good. Shall we set off?
자, 가자고.
I intend to give you a first-rate Hogsmeade experience.
로딩 좀 길다. 와, 이제 바깥이다. 진짜가 모험이 시작됐어. 고대 마법.
I was glad Professor Weasley asked me to accompany you.
Really?
Yes, I had planned to extend an invitation to you myself. I thought you might enjoy a butterbeer in the village. The timing of Professor Weasley's owl was perfect. I cannot tell you how nice it is to breathe fresh air after being cooped up in ancient rooms. Grave
와.
mistake to take it as an elective class, believe me.
I believe you.
Though I suppose you would not really call it elective when your mother was the one who elected that you take it.
Revelio.
뭐 없네.
Hogsmeade is beautiful this time of year. Everyone will tell you to visit at Christmas. But that's one of the few times of year I would rather be indoors.
Not much for the cold, are you?
Oh, I do not mind the cold so much, but it has taken some getting used to. I did not grow up around snow.
근데 배경은 진짜 이쁘다. 그래픽이.
Oh, wait, over here.
어?
I often spot lacewing flies in this area.
잠자리?
Oh, what's so special about them?
컬렉션이다.
They are interesting to look at, but if you stew them, you can also use them in potion making.
끝. 가자지. 내가 잠자리까지 잡을 줄이야. 나비. 못 잡아.
Look, from the Forbidden Forest, hippogriffs.
예.
I wonder if something startled them.
고블린?
I heard rumors that hippogriffs had been spotted nearby.
Do you think Poppy's already seen the hippogriffs? Absolutely.
Likely already named.
여기도
That's
한번
the
가봐야지.
Forbidden Forest on the left. It's off limits to students.
금지된 숲.
As the name implies.
나중에 가야지.
Limits. Revelio.
The professors claim it is too dangerous. I think that calling it forbidden only makes it more alluring.
뭐 있는데 지금?
Ah, there's Hogsmeade over the crest. Past that ruin.
잠깐만. 뭐 있는 것 같거든? 뭐지? 뭐 없나? 없어. 가자. 다시. 여긴 말이 없나? 말 타고 가고 싶은데. 어이, 힘들어. 언제까지 뛰는 거야? 말이다. 멈춰. 약탈. 약탈 못하네.
I would spend all of my time exploring if I could.
I confess, I was surprised when Professor Weasley mentioned that you knew the area.
독버섯.
Since you're relatively new here.
어디 독버섯이야.
You said that?
원래 이런데 막 숨겨진 아이템 있을 거야. 그렇지, 이런데.
I will say, while I certainly learn a great deal in class, much can be gained outside of the castle walls.
어떻게 없애지? 없앴다. 글러브. 그다음에 저것도. 돈도 있네? 와, 돈도 있어? 놓치면 안 되지. 이거 또 놓치면 실패하는구나. 아무 데도 못 가게. 똑똑하군. 사람이다. 저 사람 누구지? 한판?
How are you settling in? I remember the weeks
학생이구나.
that followed my arrival feeling quite strange. Everything was so
Lake.
new and unfamiliar.
I'm getting used to things. What about you? Do you finally feel settled?
I still miss my homeland, but it is beautiful here too. And getting out of the castle and exploring helped me to adjust quite a bit.
이쪽인 것 같은데요?
Hogwarts has become something of a home now.
일로 와봐.
Hopefully it
뭐
will
있어?
for you too.
여기. 놓쳤대 또. 그거 있어가지고.
Mr. Moon! He's the Hogwarts caretaker. Looks a bit worse for wear.
취했어요?
Hello, Mr. Moon. Have you met our new fifth year?
Pleasure. You might want to turn back, Miss On-Eye. Turn and run.
Is everything all right, sir?
Oh, it looked right at me. Eyes big as
어?
saucers.
법칙처럼 큰 눈? 뭐야?
What did Mr. Moon?
Jemmy, guys. Ugly and airy and terrifying.
못생기고 털 많고?
She'll be at the castle where it's safe. Good luck to both of you.
술 취했나?
Poor Mr. Moon. A demiguise. I think he had too much fun.
데미가이즈가 뭐야?
I will say that I have never seen him in such a state. Nearly there. There is much to see outside of the castle walls, not just Hogsmeade. I am happy to explore whenever you'd like. Rumors being what they are about goblins and such, it would be nice to have a friend with you.
I'll keep that in mind, Natty. Thank you.
호그스미드. 여기다.
And here we are.
응?
It is hard to know where to start.
비 오냐 여긴?
The Three Broomsticks is the place for butterbeer. And you can get any sweet you can
맛있는 거 많다.
imagine at Honeydukes.
과자,
I
액주.
could not choose a favorite shop here. It changes with every visit. I can tell you that you are certain to find everything you need in Hogsmeade.
오.
Professor Weasley said that you need to get potion recipes,
대접법,
spellcrafts, some
마법서,
seeds,
씨앗?
and
재배도 해? 지팡이.
of course, you will enjoy Mr. Ollivander, and I am keen to see what you will do with the one
오,
of your
지팡이.
own.
어떤
You
지팡이일까?
should be able to collect everything you need and still have time to explore a little as well.
놀고 있어.
Experience Hogsmeade at your own pace. We can meet up in the town circle when you are finished. Enjoy yourself. I will see you soon.
지도 열기. 야, 여기도 넓은데? 스크롤스, 지팡이. 이렇게 4개네. 그러면은 별은 뭐지? 호거스 헤드. 관심지역. 일단은 여기 한번 가볼까 일단? 첫 시작은 여기로. 메인 캐스트는 아니지만 한번 가고 싶어요. 뭐야 여기? 뭐 없는데? 뭐가 많네. 이 사람은? 맥주. 견과류까지. 빵이다. 이 놀러 온 게 아니네. 이게 뭐 퀘스트 같은 게 없는데? 위쪽에도 없어. 뭐 있네. 훔치는 거 아니야? 훔치는데? 끝. 일단 퀘스트 먼저 하자. 전국 퀘스트부터. 자, 다시 지도를 보고. 자, 내가 갈 곳은 요렇게 멀리 있는 것부터 할게요. 씨앗부터. 야, 특전으로 그거 다 얻었는데 아직 못 타. 저거구나. 오케이, 불 켰고 이제 씨앗.
Well, hello there.
안녕하세요.
Pardon me, sir.
씨앗 있나요?
The seeds Professor Weasley arranged for me to collect.
Oh, the dittany for the new 5th year. I take it that's you
Taka?
then. Merlin's beard. Starting Hogwarts as a 5th year. You must be positively reeling from it all.
Not at all. I'm choosing to see it all as one big adventure.
Well, bravo. Not everyone has the temperament to take things as they come.
Mm-hmm.
Name's Timothy Teasdale, by the way, and this is my shop, the Magic Neep. I keep the cart out here because I like a good chat.
난 수다를 싫어하는데.
In the thick of things if I'm hidden away inside now, can I?
I suppose not.
In addition to seeds, I have plenty of plants. Grow everything myself. My speciality is potion ingredients. Even Pippin purchases from me. But what say we get you a packet of Dittany seeds?
필요 없겠지. 돈이 없는데.
Let me guess. You're after something fresh.
공짜. 구매하고.
Do have a look around. Plenty of
이거 뭐야?
ingredients to pique your
350원?
interest, I'd wager.
보름초 씨앗, 마디풀, 향이나는 아욱 씨앗, 이료. 와. 판매할 수 있네. 없어요. 너무 비싸요 여기. 자, 그 다음은 스크롤스. 이쯤이었는데? 이게 은행인가? 보면 되지. 그 다음 갈 곳이 물약. 이렇게.
Welcome to J. Pippin's Potions.
Revelio.
자, 숨겨진 거 있나요? 숨겨진 거 밑에 뭐 있다. 저기 뭐 있어? 책이 날라다녀 저기.
Pardon me, sir.
Oh, thank goodness. When I heard the bell, I thought you were Miss Lawang. Not that she deigns to come here. Though I don't believe I've seen your face here before, either.
It's my first time in Hogsmeade, actually.
Is it really? Well, Parry Pippin at your service. And this is J. Pippin's Potions. Potions for all ailments. You'll have read it on the sign, of course, but Grandfather always made me say it in full. How may I help you today?
Professor Weasley sent me to collect some recipes. I'm new at Hogwarts.
You're the student she sent the owl about. I set your things aside immediately. I suspected if you're anything like I was at your age, you'd want your potion supplies. Is it not the most fascinating art, potion making? Rivals anything you can do with a wand, I've always said.
Are potions really that versatile?
They may not be as showy as spellwork, but make no mistake, they are just as powerful.
파괴?
They can heal, destroy,
치유랑
protect.
보호는
You'll
알겠는데
discover all of this soon enough. As it's
던지나?
your first time in, I should mention that it's not just potion recipes I sell. I also offer ready-made drafts for all manner of uses, and I unveil new ones from time to time. Pop in when you can so you don't miss out on anything. But for now, let's get you those recipes, shall we?
그래, 본론.
What can I do for you today?
요구나. 오, 뭐야? 이건 피해 막는 거. 요거는 치료.
Feel free to take a look at the rest
와,
of my
1200원,
inventory.
1200원.
Or
너무
come back
비싼데?
another time if you're in a
재료도
rush
파네.
today.
전투도구. 이 약을 마시면은 주변에 폭풍우가 일어나서 기절시키고 데미지를 준다. 아, 이게 전투구나. 안녕히 계세요. 너무 비싸네요. 싼 게 없어, 싼 게. 여기 밑에 뭐 있었는데? 숨겨진 길이 있나? 여기 뭐 있는데? 아, 잠깐만, 요거 고치면 되지 않나? 고치는 주머니. 못 고치네. 점프서 올라가면 될 것 같긴 한데 안 되네. 패스. 아쉽다. 자, 그 다음은 지팡이. 고양이다. 길고양이. 그르릉하네. 여긴가? 잘못 왔네. 여기네요. 고양이 엄청 많네. 이거 뭐지? 아, 장난치는 거. 띵동. 아, 띵땡. 뭐야?
I'll be right with. Ah, it's you. Just a moment, please.
어차피 그냥 아무거나 주겠지 뭐.
Hello, sir.
싼 거.
I'm looking for
a new wand. Yes, it's about time.
Yes, about time.
Well,
해가
you're
됐다고?
our new fifth-year student, are you not?
좋은 거 주나?
What am I saying? Of course you are. Gerbold Ollivander's the name. But of course, you'll have heard of the Ollivanders, I'm sure. Finest wand makers in the world. It's a pleasure to meet you, truly. Now, come with me. Let's find you the perfect wand,
완벽한
shall
지팡이.
we? No, not you.
센 거 없나요?
Yes. Powerful core. 10.5 inches. You might do.
어차피 나중에 바꾸겠지.
Here, give this one a try.
이게 뭐지?
Well, go ahead, swish.
응?
How odd. Once more, come on, really swish it.
뭐야?
Oh dear.
왜 폭죽이야?
Well, this
뭐지?
isn't a good match at all, is it? We'll find you something, not to worry. No, not you. Perhaps.
용의 심금.
Yes.
뭐가 있어 보인다.
A rare wood, 13 3/4 inches, dragon heartstring.
그걸로 할래요.
Let's give this one a try.
오. 용의 심금이라. 에?
Oh goodness.
이것도 아닌가?
Looks like it's back to the shelf for you.
안 돼. 죽어버렸는데.
This is proving to be trickier than I had anticipated. How perplexing. Where are you? Perhaps you? There you are.
저거? 보라색? 초록색이네?
I think you might be the one. Here.
왜 이렇게 고르기가 어려워? 이거다. 아, 삐뚤어진 나선 암회색. 아, 이거 바꿀 수 있구나.
Curious indeed.
담갈색. 암회색이 좀 이쁘고. 아, 모양 고를 수 있구나. 부드러운 나선. 나선. 스토크. 보리. 회색. 별론데? 톱니 모양?
Curious indeed.
플래시 너무 밋밋하고. 스토크는 너무. 고리? 아, 고리 좀 별로네. 나선 해볼까? 애쉬브라 말고 흰옥색, 암갈색. 좀 투박한 걸로 가야지. 흑코드.
Curious indeed.
아카시아 나무 뭔 차이지 이게? 아이고. 주먹나무 말고.
How
아이.
intriguing.
블랙스원. 바꾼다고 바뀌는 거 없고요. 흑단나무. 뭐하지? 소나무, 적참나무.
How intriguing.
블랙스원 할까? 뭐가 있어 보인다. 길이는
Curious indeed.
27. 아이고. 27.25야? 이걸로 하고.
How intriguing.
구부러지지 않음. 요거는 채찍 같은. 채찍? 아니야. 탄력 있음. 유연으로 할까? 채찍은 좀 아니고. 부드러움.
Curious indeed.
저 뭐야? 강력한 마법. 요거는 안정적인 다양한 마법. 난 강력한 걸로 간다.
A dragon heartstring wand is most powerful and learns quickly.
이걸로 갑니다.
What do you think?
오.
Extraordinary. Another one,
이거다.
another beginning of a bright and magical future.
공격하는 것 같았고.
Now, how did that feel?
Good. Different. I sensed a sort of surge of some kind.
A match. Your connection seemed particularly powerful. The right wand will learn from you, just as you learn from it.
I'm eager to try it out.
I would imagine so. A wand with a dragon heartstring core is capable of
오,
dazzling magic.
아찔한 마법.
And the bond between you and your wand should only grow stronger. Do not be surprised at your new wand's ability to perceive your intentions,
새로운
particularly
능력?
in a moment of need.
That
새지팡이?
sounds wonderful, Mr. Ollivander.
I'll let you get to it. Do come and see me again if ever I can be of further assistance.
상자. 블러보고 많다 여기는. 여기 가면 끝이죠 이제? 어디지? 여기 맞네?
An inquiring mind.
Revelio.
야, 여기도 숨겨진 많은데.
Pardon me, sir. I'm here for the spellcrafts Professor Weasley ordered.
새로운 마법인가?
Student, I thought I might be seeing you soon. I am the proprietor here, Thomas Brown. I take it you've had a conjuring lesson then.
오, 맞아요.
I haven't yet, sir.
아닌가? 다른 건가?
Ah, but you will soon enough. It is magic at its
가구
purest.
만들기. 아마
Creating
그거겠지?
something out of nothing. Of course, it is not without complexity, but that is where my spellcrafts come in. Stay the course, and you could soon impress even Professor Weasley.
That's certainly
계속
something to
해줘야겠네.
aspire to, Mr. Brown.
계속
I
그냥
look forward to that day.
쪽쪽쪽.
And I too see in it. Spellcrafts are incredibly useful for conjuring unique items like custom pieces of furniture or decoration. But I shall let Professor Weasley do the teaching. For now, let's get the spellcrafts you need. A potting table and a potion station, yes?
I believe so, sir.
Good. Nothing like being able to grow your own ingredients and brew what you want when you want. Let's have a look. Let's look at what we have, shall we?
여기 있구만. 화분. 그 다음에 마법약. 딱 제조하기 딱 좋은 거네. 제일 비싼 게 2,000원. 3,000원. 너무 비싸.
Well, that's everything. Better go and find Natty.
잠깐 여기 뭐 있어? 잠깐 좀 탈게요.
Revelio.
뭐야? 정신병원 가면? 너는
Accio. Levioso.
얘는 안 통하네. 좀 하는 걸? 오. 안 통해.
Revelio.
잘 털었습니다. 가면 하나 얻었다. 여긴가? 여기 있네. 하이. 아이고. 대화.
I have everything. I see what you meant about not being able to pick a favorite shop.
We should walk around a bit more. Perhaps today is the day I finally pick one.
뭐야? 뭐야? 웬 트롤이야? 누구지?
Draw it away from the building! Away from the village!
뭐냐? 또 왔다. 회피하고. 싸워내네. 아이고. 아니 키에서 못 이어가지고. 요구나. 안 통해. 안 통하네 이것도? 이 구릉이 어떻게 하는 거지?
Are we weakening him at all? Repair it.
아니야, 그 뭐하는 거 지금? 뭐하는 거? 어디가고 던지기? 아이고.
Expelliarmus! What
어야.
I was trying to beat him at his own game.
이거 어려운데?
I like it. Do more of it.
아이고. 아 구른 게 뭐였지? 아 구른 거 알아야지 좀. 뭐 할 텐데. 내가 던져냐? 아 이거 아 구르는 게 이것도 저거였네 구르는 게. 오케이 됐어 이제 끝났어 이제. 구르는 거 아니면 끝났어 이제. 이제 안 맞지? 에이 컴온. 피하고
He's faltering.
Took him long enough.
피해주고
We need to make sure he stays that way.
피해주고 됐어. 끝났다. 피해주고 아 못피다. 끝났네? 안돼. 다시 아까 구르는 거 몰라가지고 계속 맞았어요. 원래 안 맞고 그러면 벽에 부딪히가 죽겠다.
Hogsmeade, here I come.
싸워.
We should.
넘겨. 왜 안 돼? 2차전. 아 해피 동그라미 있었구나. 아 저거였네. 에이?
Are we weakening him at all?
이제 끝났어요. 진짜. 이 바보. 한 대도 못 때리죠? 이거. 에라이. 이 자식아. 컴온. 저거 꼽았네? 오 맞았다. 아 맞았네. 못 던지네. 맞았다. 괜찮니? 오.
He's faltering.
Took him long enough.
We need to make sure he stays that way.
와. 각성했나? 오. 와우. 딱 끝. 버텼다. 고대 마법? 오. 끝. 이겼어.
Goodness.
Wow.
A second troll. Did you two take on a fully grown troll by yourselves?
I suppose so. It's all a bit of a blur, to be honest.
Merlin's beard. Are you all right?
We are, and we were glad to help.
I'd say help is a bit of an understatement. Nerve like
Aura?
that. The makings of an aura, if you ask me.
오라가 뭐야?
If you are unharmed, perhaps the two of you wouldn't mind helping me put a few things back to where they were.
Of course, officer.
Singer. Officer Singer. And thank you, again.
가버렸네. 아, 이것도 해줘야 되는구나. 아, 이거 아니지. 바쁜걸. 아저씨 어딨어?
Lucky they didn't do more damage.
일단 고치고.
One less thing for Officer Singer to worry about.
끝났나? 오케이, 됐어. 가게 주인. 이게 무슨 마법이야? 윙가르디움 레비오사가 뭐야? 많이 들어봤는데? 공격 마법인가? 잠깐만. 뭐가 있었어? 오. 글래드레그르스의 마법사 옷가게. 옷이다, 옷. 새로운 거 입을 수 있을 것 같아.
We were just talking about you.
새로운 옷인가요?
Hello, sir. I don't believe we've met.
처음 뵙겠습니다.
Allow me to introduce myself, Augustus Hill, clothier
아우구스투스
extraordinaire.
힐.
I should like to thank you for your remarkable bravery in fighting those trolls, and not to mention your help restoring Hogsmeade to its
어쩌나?
rightful state.
I was happy to help.
Frankly, you deserve an Order of Merlin. But I can offer you something much more useful.
오, 돈인가?
I own Gladrag's wizardware, and among my inventory are some unique items that afford
오구.
certain protections, as it were. Life-saving protections. And as I suspect this won't be your last dangerous encounter, I'd like to give you one such set of robes. In thanks for
공짜인가?
what you did today.
넙죽 받아야지. 어이, 감사합니다.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. That's very generous of you.
인심이 좋으시군요.
I can do. Now, let's try this on for size, shall we?
어이, 고맙습니다.
Plenty for your perusal today. Take your time.
아, 이거야?
You won't be disappointed. That's a glad.
와. 장비 확인. 새로운 조각. 아, 공격력, 방어력, HP. 망토와 로브. 뭔 차이야? 차이는 없습니다. 별투형 글러브 5 6 우아한 정장 제보. 휘황찬란한 로브라고? 안 좋아 보이냐? 비교해볼까? 아, 미리 보기.
I'd say that looks as if it was made for.
별론데? 진짜 뭔가 좀 별론데요? 안 살래요.
I suspect you have a sharp eye for facts.
What an extraordinary introduction to Hogsmeade. I would say that we and you
맥주 좋지.
have earned at least one butterbeer.
한 잔 마실까?
Shall we head to the Three Broomsticks?
Sounds like a good idea.
Wonderful. Just stand this way then.
기다려.
Revelli. I sell even more battle-worthy items.
그렇지.
You're most welcome to peruse my shop at your leisure.
한 잔 마시고. 아, 저 못 갔겠고요. 이거 뭐야? 아, 뭐 있는데? 저기 뭐 있다.
Hello there. Ready for a little change in fashion?
가방 털겠습니다.
Plenty to choose from
뭐야?
here, so take your time.
오, 움직이네. 나이스 돈.
Revelio.
아, 이래야 돈 언제 모아? 안녕하세요. 파카파카 반갑습니다. 오래 기다렸지? 가볼까?
Assuming
여기
it is
언니?
not too busy, you might even meet Serona, the owner. She is a charming hostess and a powerful witch. Good one to know.
오. 나비다 엄청 많아. 어? 책! 쟤 누구야? 누구지? 고블린이다. 쟤는?
You said you could get to the child when they came to Hogsmeade. That all you needed was a distraction. I gave you a distraction.
I just watched a student take down your distraction. Who's this child? What are you not telling me?
All you need to know is that if you cannot get to the child, then you have no value to me.
고블린 주제 너무 세. 찾았다.
Let's go.
튀어.
Did they see us?
I don't think so.
What was that goblin doing with Victor
봤을걸?
Rookwood?
Ranrock is working with Rookwood.
The goblin from the Daily Prophet. I knew I'd seen him somewhere.
다 알아버렸네.
Quickly, let's get inside the 3 broomsticks.
얘 튀어야 된다 이제.
It's a treat to see you, Lodgok. I shall let you know if I hear anything.
Thank you, Sirona.
You be well.
의심하고 있어.
Now, what can I... Oh, there's a face I haven't seen before.
It's my first time here.
Welcome. Butterbeer's on me.
공짜로 주네.
Heard about the attack. I shall be looking in on the other shopkeepers and residents shortly. Glad to see you two escaped injury.
Thanks to this one, single-handedly took down a troll.
Is that right? Well done.
Thanks for this.
My pleasure. I will say, trolls in Hogsmeade. That's never happened before. Something's not right. The only brutes we usually have to deal with are...
왔다. 왔다.
A timeline.
얼었다. 뭐지?
Was that Lodgok I saw leaving just now? Your clientele's not what it used to be, Sirona.
Not to worry, Victor. Once the two of you leave, the caliber of my clientele will greatly improve. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Theophilus.
Come now. No need for theatrics. I'm only
꺼낸 줄
here for
알았어.
this one anyway.
My friend is enjoying a well-earned butterbeer.
Only want a quick word.
Perhaps you didn't hear me.
오.
I said, my friend is busy.
One would think you all had enough bloodshed for one day. Come, Theophilus. The 3 broomsticks isn't what it used to be. Let's take our galleons elsewhere. Can't drink butterbeer forever.
나중에 없어야겠네 쟤.
Seems you've made an unfortunate enemy. Watch your back. Rookwood and Harlow are worse than any troll you might encounter.
Trolls, Ranrock, and Rookwood. What are you not telling me?
I promise to
알았어,
tell
없어.
you everything. But it's perhaps best I do that later.
알면 다친다고.
I think that now might be a good time to head back to the
일단 가자. 잠깐만 여기 뭐 숨긴 거 있나? 아 이거 뭐 없지? 말하면 안 돼 이거. 큰일 나.
I am certainly glad Sirona was there.
And that she isn't intimidated by thugs like Rookwood and Harlow.
I want to understand what's going on, and I hope you will tell me. But for the moment, we should return to the castle. Professor Weasley will certainly hear about the troll attack soon if she hasn't already. I don't want her to worry.
기실? 추락. 호그와트 지도를 전환하면 저 클릭하라고. 이렇게 바로 왔네. 응? 이동한 건가? 완료했다. 어느새 레벨이 4 됐어. 자, 장비를 한번 껴볼까요? 중급, 최고급. 이걸로 껴야지. 자, 됐고. 이 홈이 있네. 속성. 아, 손잡이도 그런 게 있구나. 안장 조끼. 아, 레벨 5. 아, 레벨이 안 돼서. 알겠어. 자, 이제 퀘스트가 뭐지? 지도인가? 아, 챌린지? 잠깐만요. 우편 없고. 퀘스트. 아, 피구 교수. 받아. 오케이. 아니, 왜 지금 주는 거야? 발견했다고? 가야지.
Come and see me. I've discovered something in the locket we found at Gringotts.
와, 음성 편지.
Off on another adventure, are we?
지도로 갈 수 있나? 잠깐만요. 아니, 키 헷갈려가지고. 다시. 이동. 이렇게 가면 빠르죠. 자, 순간 이동하고 도착.
Revelio.
띵 소리 났는데. 아니, 화장실에? 이제 없구만. 상자는 뭘까? 이거는
What are you up to now?
털려고요. 한번 털겠습니다. 이거 어떻게 털지?
Protego. Accio. Levioso. Lumos.
안돼. 아쉽다. 끝. 저건 뭐야? 아, 이거를 없네. 왔습니다, 교수님. 왔네. 언제 왔지?
Professor, I'm glad to see you. And I you. Thank Merlin you're in one piece. I heard about the attack. Trolls in Hogsmeade?
Sir, the trolls were wearing armor.
맞아.
It had that dark glow like the dragon collar.
어둠의 힘.
Silver. Ranrock used it to control the dragon. But how? And why send trolls to...
They were there because of me. I overheard Ranrock talking with Victor Rookwood.
Ranrock was in Hogsmeade with Rookwood.
The trolls were Ranrock's distraction so that Rookwood could get to me. And he would have had Sirona and the patrons at the Three Broomsticks not intervened.
This is grave news indeed. If Ranrock's goblins and dark wizards are after you, they want what we found in that vault.
Speaking of the vault, do you think that Ranrock is working with any of the goblins at Gringotts?
I do not. Gringotts goblins aren't typically the friendliest of beings, but they have a great deal of integrity. No, I dare say after what happened to that poor banker, the goblins at Gringotts are no followers of Ranrock.
They're after the locket. You said you discovered something in it.
Yes. I discovered an inscription. When I read it aloud, this map appeared. Clever enchantment. It's a map of Hogwarts, to be sure, but I do not know where it leads.
설마 고대 마법?
It leads to the library. The restricted section, to be precise, and a bit beyond. I see traces of magic there on the map.
I suspected you would see something.
Shall we go?
I appreciate your enthusiasm, and I'm eager to discover what we may find there as
날 믿으라고.
well. But if our experience at Gringotts, let alone what happened to Miriam, taught me anything, it's that the path we're on is terribly dangerous. I'd like you to work with Professor Hecat a bit before we continue.
But sir,
이런.
how dangerous could the library be? Perhaps we're only after a book.
Perhaps we are only after a book, but we should be prepared for anything. Once you've honed your defensive magic further, come see
방어
me.
마법.
I'll let Professor Hecat know to expect you.
오케이. 뭔가 이렇게 있을 것 같지? 일단 간다.
Heard you're defending Hogsmeade against trolls.
이게 뭔데? 뭐야 이건?
Revelio.
교수님. 아니 누가 싸우는 거야 지금? 왜 의학 소리가 들리냐? 어디 뭐 있다. 밑에? 아 여기 길 없다. 나중에 다시.
If only a new student were to help me with my
저 같은 길이네. 거기는.
Revelio.
아 여기구나. 퀘스트.
I'm here about the new spell you wanted to teach me, Professor.
Good. Professor Fig indicated a certain urgency to you completing your defensive magic assignments. As such, you are to learn Incendio, the fire-making spell,
불마법.
handy for lighting torches, burning away spider webs,
오.
and, when necessary, defending
불태우는
against
거구나.
those who would wish to do us harm.
Sounds
좋지.
versatile.
Quite. But before we get started, I'd like you to complete a few tasks.
또?
You may be
또 과제야?
surprised by some of them. Astonishing how much students don't think their professors know. When you're finished, come and see me. Then we shall begin working on Incendio.
아 좋습니다.
You know where to find me once you've finished.
하기 귀찮으니까 위치 확인. 자, 여기 있는 건데 여기로 이동. 그냥 쑥 가는 거죠. 시간 아까 요거 뛰어가는 거. 여기 어디야? 어? 이건 퀘스트가 요거. 아 여기네. 바로 여기였네.
Glad you're back.
너는? 왜 끝났니?
Hello, Lucan. Is the next round of crossed wands all set?
Why, yes, it is. I've got a great match lined up.
한 판 더?
For another round?
아 당연하지.
I'm ready. Let's do it.
바로 싸우자.
Are you dueling with a partner?
아니
I'll be dueling solo.
Then let's get to it.
1대1은 아니지?
Ready to get thrashed?
1대2네? 잠깐만 잠깐만 1대3이라고?
Advance.
숙련 라운드 대결. 이거 뭐라고? 아쉬와 같은 위력 마법으로 보라색 마법. 오케이. 이 맞나? 오.
Act like a winner.
안돼. 아 이거였지? 그렇지. 이제 알았어. 아 패배했다. 아 1대3 야비하지.
Glad I didn't bet on you.
나한테 안 걸었어?
Care to go again?
이번엔 거는 게 좋을걸?
I'll give it another go.
Glad to hear it.
개리 혼자 한다고 해가지고 지금. 아 맞고 하네. 뭐 어렵네? 오 뭐야? 아 또 패배했어. 아 근데 이게 시점이 잘 안 바뀌어요.
Care to go again?
I'll give it another go.
아 그거 알아야 될 것 같은데?
Glad to hear it.
한 명 싸우는데 옆에서 때리면은 뭐 못하네? 잠금하고. 아니?
There goes my wager.
다시. 그렇지. 카운터 잘 치면 될 것 같은데? 다음 너다 이제. 그렇지. 그렇지. 앉아. 1대1이네. 이제 끝났어요. 1대1은 쉽지. 비겁하게 3대1을 해? 응? 끝. 승리.
What a duel.
이겼다. 1대3. 힘들었어요.
Bravo.
I gave it my all.
You did indeed. The other duelists have already taken notice of you, but after that last round, they'll really have it in for
1대1
you.
하자고.
You'd better keep practicing if you want a chance at winning. Or at least surviving the next round.
오케이.
I'll let you know when we're ready. Hope to see you then.
싱거운 걸?
The next round is for all the gobstones, so to speak.
일단 어디로 가야 되지? 또 있어?
Hello, Lucan. May I use the training dummy?
Of course.
아,
I'll
저거구나.
fetch it and give you a list of combinations to practice. Ready to have a try now?
조합이 있어? 그래.
That would be wonderful.
Be sure to cast all your spells before the dummy lands.
착지하기 전에.
If you need to stop practicing before you finish all of them, let me know.
끝?
Nicely done.
Leviosa.
Good one.
또 뭐야?
Leviosa.
Keep trying.
아, 다시.
Leviosa.
오. 오케이, 오케이.
I'd say that's enough practice. You looked good out there.
Thank you, Lucan.
I say better to discover one's weaknesses during practice than during a duel. You'll be a fearsome challenger now.
이걸 지금 하고 있네? 아까 써야 되는데. 요건가? 느낌표가 좀 거슬려서. 됐고. 여긴가? 실내인지. 아, 요거였구만. 퀘스트. 메인 스토리 퀘스트. 오, 전설급 케이크래요. 오케이. 자, 그 다음 퀘스트. 아, 과제 맞아. 과제해야 된다, 과제. 일단 지도로 갈게요. 과제가 어디지? 여기였네. 이동. 이러면 금방이지.
I'd rather go alone to a dance.
멀어. 해ям 주문? 잠깐만. 이게 아니야? 퀘스트. 아, 과제. 제한구역. 이거는 화염 주문 배워야 되고. 이게 어딘데? 이거 아니고? 이거 맞나? 퀘스트. 네, 그냥 갈게요. 뭔지 몰라가지고. 엎어. 고생시키고 있어 그냥. 저 밑에다. 밑에 뭔가 있나봐. 계속 밑으로.
Might some kind
뭐야?
soul help me?
Are you all right?
Don't you know
괜찮니?
who I am? Zenobia Noak, the girl whom everyone at school hates
미움받고
for no
있다고?
reason.
왜?
Everyone hates you. Why?
Because Hogwarts is full of bullies and spoilsports.
아,
Leander Pruitt's one of the worst, that no-talent moon mind. I wanted to
혼내줘야겠네.
make some new friends, and so I brought my collection down to the common room. My gobstone collection, that is. I was hoping someone would want to play. Are you familiar with gobstones? Little balls, like marbles.
어?
Grand game. And if you
그건
lose,
별론데?
they spray you with a foul-smelling liquid.
끔찍한데?
I haven't much interest in a game that sprays you with odors.
Only if you lose, which I never do. Or at least, not often. People can be so cruel. Just because they're sprayed all over with smelly gobstone spit, it's their own fault for losing.
한 개 잘못이지.
Imelda is one of the worst losers. Everett and Astoria are terrible as well. And now those poor losers have taken my gobstones and hidden them in very high places all
숨겨놨대.
over the school.
높은 곳에. 근데 감행 반응이긴 해.
Rather an overreaction on their part.
I'll say. Anyway, I can't work out how to get them back on my own. I don't think I know the necessary spells yet. I need someone, perhaps a selfless and talented fifth year to help me.
Do you have any suggestions on how to get your gobstones down from their hiding spots?
이게
If I knew
어디인지?
that, I'd get them myself. Whoever hid my gobstones that high got up there somehow.
높이 올라갔다고?
Haven't
그거
you many
없니?
friends at school?
Not really. Natty said hello once, but not a word
Oh.
since.
I'll see what I can do.
I'd appreciate the help. If you do find all of my gobstones, do come and
고정
see me
과제네.
again. I'll be back to playing Snake Pit and Jackstone by myself in no time.
난 바쁘다. 아, 이게 찾는 것이 시작됐네? 아이, 기차게 돼버렸네요.
I'd better keep an eye on high places around the school for Zenobia's gobstones.
여기 있다.
Accio! Well, that's one of Zenobia's gobstones. I hardly see what all the fuss is about.
이게 뭔 난리야 이게?
Revelio.
뭐야?
I hope I'm wealthy enough one day.
그렇지. 역겨운 그레고리의 조각사. 뭐가 많네. 이거 뭐야? 아, 이거 좀 이따 그거지. 또 있네? 와우.
This cannot possibly be as difficult as it seems.
Hello.
넌 또 누구니?
We've met.
Oh, hello. I'm Lenora. Pardon me if I seem a little distracted at the moment.
무슨 일이야?
Everyone thinks I'm utterly balmy. Samantha thinks I'm potty. But it's this painting. I never noticed it before.
뭐길래?
If I know Hogwarts, and I do, an empty frame doesn't appear for no reason. There's something more to this.
알아냈니 뭔가?
Have you gained any insights about the painting since you've been studying it?
I did discover that casting Lumos
Lumos.
has an effect of some kind,
오케이.
but I'm not sure what to do next.
Are there any other
또 있어?
paintings like this around the school?
Yes, a few. This entire
하나 본 것 같아.
place is somewhat of a riddle, to be honest. If I can work out the riddle of this one, I'll know what to do with all of them. As good a place as any to begin.
If I have
그래.
the time, I may look. Could be intriguing.
I've been racking my brains long enough. I hope you'll have better luck than I have.
자,
Do come and find me if you stumble on something illuminating.
루모스 하고.
history.
오.
That spot must be a clue. I should look around in case it's nearby.
아, 이런 거구나.
This looks like the location from the painting. What could be so special about it?
Revelio.
No. Was it 2 pinches of Angelica or 3?
Lumos. Let's get you back to your frame, little moth.
들어가. 이렇게.
I should tell Lenora that I solved the puzzle of that empty frame.
와우. 신기하다. 재밌네 이거는. 해결했어.
Lenora, I solved the mystery of that painting.
치웠어.
How?
말하지 않을래?
I'm afraid I can't tell you, Lenora.
Surely you jest.
직접 말하네. 농담 아닌데?
You should have worked it out on your own.
You have nerve. Especially since I'm the one who told you about it in the first place.
알았다.
Imagine solving a riddle that I mentioned and then not telling me the answer. Practically competing with Imelda to see who's a more infuriating know-it-all.
화났어요. 이렇게 돼버렸네? 잘 알지 그랬니? 어쩔 수 없다. 몹스턴 6개 찾아야 되네.
Revelio.
어디서 왔는데 여기? 날아다니는 책 있었는데? 됐다. 찾았어. 이제 2개 남았다. 네, 6개 찾고 그 다음에 마법 배울게요. 과제.
Revelio.
띵 하면 소리 나면은 뭔가 있는 건데. 여기 없고.
I'd better keep an eye
여기
on
없고.
high places around the school for Zenobia's gobstones.
올라가네? 저 뭐야? 왜 사신이야? 사람이구나. 깜짝아. 어딨어? 뭐야? 손금? 이거 말고.
Revelio.
여기 없나 본데? 다시 내려가서.
Keep an eye on high places around the school for Zenobia's gobstones.
여기다. 자, 찾았고. 저기 뭐 있네? 일단 여기 나가. 이게 웬 고색이람.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before.
이쯤이나 본데. 여기 없고. 좋아. 찾았다. 굿. 얘 뭐지?
Revelio.
여긴데?
I'd better keep an eye on high places around the school
저기다
for
있다.
Zenobia's gobstones.
됐어. 자, 이제 3개. 많이 찾았다. 이게 뭐라고 진짜. 이 퀘스트 깨는 재미는 있는 것 같아요. 자, 올라가서 딴 데로 가니?
Revelio.
없어.
Lumos.
여기 어디야?
Revelio.
이게 뭐야? 여기 있다. 여기 있네.
Lumos.
저건 뭐가 좋은 거야? 나중에 알려주려고 했는데 그 수수께끼. 삥. 이 앞으로 11개가 더 있네. 14개.
Revelio.
들어갈 곳 뭐가 있는지 한번 하는 거구나. 오케이. 뭐가 들어갈까? 1. 이게 다리를 뜻하나? 거미다리 8개, 1개 9개고 다리 4개짜리 말. 도마뱀도 그거네? 요거는 21인데 13 8개? 거미인가?
Revelio.
하나, 둘. 요건가? 다시 돌려볼까? 잠깐만. 이게 무슨 숫자 맞추기인데 뭔가 어렵네? 거미 더하기 1 더하기 뭐가? 13. 13 더하기 저 머리 3개랑 저걸 더하면은 21. 머리 숫자인가? 밑에는 3, 16, 7개. 머리 7개짜리 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 18, 9. (1, 2, 3, 4, 5) 뭐지? 이거 어렵네 이거. (1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 18, 9, 10) 총 10마리네 여기 어려워요. 1 그다음에 거미 8개 9 4개를 더 해야지. 잠깐만 1
Revelio.
거미? 잠깐만 1, 2, 3, 4 여기 거미 있고 요거의 답이 요거다. 요거다 요거. 밑에 거 13 3 13이 이게 13이 말하고 요거 더한 건가? 3개 더한 거구나. 13 요걸 해보고
Revelio.
힌트가 없으니까 이게 밑에 게 요건데.
Sebastian took that dueling loss rather gamely.
다시 확인. 범이랑 1 더하기 저게 13 여기지? 범이랑 13 요거랑 이걸로 해보자. 안되면 포기. 끝. 나중에 한번 밝혀볼게요.
I'd better keep an eye on high places around the school for
띵
Zenobia's
없고
gobstones.
이런게 없네.
Revelio.
이게 뭐야?
Accio. Lumos. Levioso.
뭐야? 아니? 오.
Revelio.
띵소리 났다. 요건
Levioso. Revelio.
자, 다시 나타난다 이제. 책 어딨어? 됐다.
Levioso.
저 안돼.
Revelio.
좀 이따 다시. 저거 얻어야 되는데. 에이. 뭐야? 오. 신기한 거 엄청 많다. 또 이거야? 뭘 모르는데? 네, 이 윗짐에 뭐가 있을 것 같아요. 숨긴 거.
Revelio.
띵.
I've always
이건가?
said that travel broadens the mind.
띵스에도 들렸는데? 여기인 것 같은데? 뭐 없나?
Revelio.
실패. 어디야? 나 놀리고 있어. 나 좀 내려가고. 이 집인데? 파란색 동그라미 하나. 없어. 다시 한 번 더. 없네. 진짜 없어. 뻘짓했네. 흥소리. 일로와.
Revelio.
책도 없었어. 이제 올 텐데 책이. 저거 안 되네. 포기해야 되나?
Revelio.
또 있어. 문제 되는 거? 여기 어렵다. 여기부터 해볼게요. 여기. 자물쇠. 그냥 노란색 따라갈까? 따라가면 뭐 나오겠지? 올라가서 이쪽으로.
I'd better
오케이,
keep an
여기부터.
eye on high places around the school for Zenobia's gobstones.
Revelio.
저기 있네.
Levioso.
아 이거지.
Revelio.
아 내가 이제 마법 잘못 썼네. 마법 뭐야? 책 좀 갖고 올게요.
Revelio.
범인은 다시 온다. 이러면 온다. 됐어. 요거지. 딘딘딘. 오. 자동. 여기 맞아? 아까 없었는데? 아 이쪽이구나. 이쪽으로 올라가서 아 근데 꽤 넓다. 어? 넣어가지고
I'd better keep an eye on high places around the school for Zenobia's gobstones.
오 찾았어요.
Nice to see you, my young friend.
Revelio.
이거는 호그와트 약초 확상. 뭐야 이게? 뭔지 몰라요. 아 여기 또 있다고? 저건가? 또 아닌데. 이거다. 끝.
That's the last of Zenobia's gobstones.
다 찾았다. 힘들었다. 어쩌다 이런 캐스를 해가지고. 아 이렇게 할 수 있구나. 오. 지팡이 손잡이 얻을 수 있네요. 나이스. 뭐 여기 멀리 왔어 내가? 자 여기로 이동. 내가 왔지. 여기 어디야? 여기 어디요? 잘못 왔어. 순간이동을 하는데 잠은 와 맨날.
I hope you've had more luck than I did tracking down my gobstones.
됐다.
Hello, Zenobia. I found all your gobstones.
Really? I didn't think it was possible. However did you do it?
Common sense and basic magic.
Well, may I have my gobstones back?
내가 가져가겠어. 가져가라.
They are yours after all.
Oh, how wonderful. I shall dedicate all of my future victories to you. Speaking of
한판 하자고?
which, now that I have all my gobstones back, I wonder if anyone in the common room would
나 안
be
해.
up for a game.
최악이다.
That's a horrible idea. No one wants to get that awful stench all over them again.
Why not? Gobstones are splendid fun, and now everyone knows the rules. Very well, off I go. Wish me luck.
지길 바란다. 자, 그 다음은 이제야 과제하겠네요. 선생님 미안합니다. 이제 과제하러 갈게요. 위치가 어디야? 그냥 가야지. 순간이동 안 하고. 아, 돌아가라고?
I trust Mr. Brattleby was able to accommodate you and that you
I finished all of the tasks you gave me, Professor Hackett.
Glad to hear it. Then you should be ready to learn Incendio.
Should be, Professor.
Yes. I'm sorry to say, I visited enough careless colleagues at St. Mungo's to assure you that fire is a fickle
위험하지.
servant. Your spellcasting has impressed me thus far, but please maintain focus. I would rather we not end today's lesson with your robes aflame. Let us begin. And remember, focus on the proper wand movement. Concentrate and keep your wand steady.
끝. 인센디오. 와, 불이다. 아, 교체해야 돼? 띄우는 건 솔직히 별론데. 루모스 없을까? 아, 누르고 싶은 데서. 좋아. 와우. 째졌다 이제. 이제 저기 가지. 어디 있습니까? 티그 교수님. 여기로?
Revelio.
이게 이 모양 뭐야? 아, 저걸 깨서 하라는 거구나.
And then the werewolves joined the goblins in the uprising.
Werewolves, where were you? In the Goblin Rebellion of 1752.
And by the end of it, the Minister for Magic was Albert.
이거 저기 4가 저거.
No, it wasn't. Oh, what fun! I won't say my goodbyes. I shall cheer for
11?
the boy who says you're telling
10이라고? 잠깐만.
Lies, Peeves. It was Albert Boots.
4.
No, it wasn't. It was Basil Flack.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Bold attack. Was the Minister a boot or the Minister a flack?
여덟 번째 있는 거.
Stop it,
4,
Peeves. You'll
5,
get
6,
us
7,
in
8.
trouble.
In trouble you will
야,
be.
문어가 생긴 거.
Can't get Peeves a smack. She says it's a boot and he says it's
이걸로.
a flack.
Peeves.
그다음에
You'll get us all
0, 3,
attention.
0, 3.
And you're both wrong anyway. It was Hephaestus Gore.
It wasn't
아, 이
boot
0이야?
and it wasn't flack, but you're all in trouble with Professor Black.
1, 2, 3, 4. 거미인가 그러면 거미? 여기 좀 어렵구만. 자, 말 4. 0은 뭐야? 3. 다리가 없다는 건가? 저거는 예스. 7. 뭐야?
Hello there. Perhaps you can help me.
뭐야 이건? 나 바빠. 메인킥 깨야 돼. 메인을 중점으로.
Do you ever wish you could ride a hippogriff?
여기군. 이게 뭐야? 블랙 교수구나. 무슨 역할일까? 왔구만.
Ah, there you are.
왔습니다. 아, 내가 할 말이지. 아, 왔구만.
Hello, sir. You'll be pleased to know that I worked on my defensive magic with Professor Heckard.
So I hear. She tells me you've taken rather well to your new wand. You must continue to work with her and your other professors to
아직도?
improve your skills. That said, I don't wish to postpone our
그치,
visit to
그치,
the
그치.
library any longer.
바로 가야지.
So, shall we proceed?
Fig!
같이?
I have work for you. Come.
혼자 가더라?
Headmaster, I'm with a student and my schedule
Your
is...
schedule will wait indefinitely, as will your student. I would think that after all the trouble you caused me with Osric, you'd be eager to make amends. My office, 5 minutes.
혼자 가야 되겠니?
That man is exasperating. Unfortunately, our trip to the restricted section will have to wait a bit longer.
But Professor...
We have no choice. It would be unwise to provoke our illustrious headmaster further. I shall find you when I've completed whatever toils I must endure.
세바스찬? 아, 미뤄졌네.
Revelio.
아쉽다.
Sebastian mentioned sneaking into the restricted section.
아,
Perhaps he'll have an idea.
그래서 찾아가는구나. 좋네, 좋네. 좋은 방법이야. 여기 있군.
Sebastian, there you are.
I was hoping to see you. I was in the Three Broomsticks after the troll attack and saw what happened with Rookwood and Harlow. Not many students have Victor Rookwood's attention. What was that all about?
확실하지 않아.
I've never even met him. Perhaps he mistook me for another student.
If you say so. I won't press you now, but you will have to tell me what's going on at some point. You might need me. So, why were you looking for me?
I need to find something for Professor Fig, but it's in the restricted section of the library.
He can't get it himself?
He was called away by Black at the last moment. I suppose I could wait to get a note from him, but...
You want to show some initiative.
Precisely. You mentioned being clever enough not to get caught in the restricted section.
And I am. Meet me outside the library tonight, and tell no one.
좋아, 좋아. 걸리면 어떡하지?
What will happen if we're caught in the restricted section?
폐악인가?
Detention, no doubt.
아, 징계.
But a word of caution or two will help. For one, avoid
해봤어?
Peeves, the poltergeist.
뭐야, 그게?
Aside from wanton destruction of property, he loves nothing more than telling on the likes of us.
How concerned should I be about the librarian?
아, 선생님이
Madam Scribner
문제지.
doesn't take kindly to clandestine activities taking place amongst her precious
아.
books. So do all that you can
들키면 안
to
돼.
avoid her. She and I have had our entanglements, but I can hold my own against her. You may not be so lucky.
그래.
Thank you, Sebastian. I'll meet you later.
벌써 밤 됐어. 또 투명하는 거 있지 않나?
See there?
망토인가?
That's the door we need to reach. And those annoying prefects would love nothing more than to rattle us to Scribner. So don't let them
앉아.
see us. Understood?
I can be sneaky. Let's go.
Hold on now. There's a spell you should know.
역시
The
투영 마법.
disillusionment charm. Good for
투영?
getting places you're not
투명이 아니라?
supposed to be. Cast it and you'll appear as little more than a
아.
trick of the light. Just as long as you keep your distance and stay quiet.
You mean I'll actually be able to turn invisible?
Something like that. It's not as foolproof as a cloak, but those are expensive. And
아,
spells,
망토는 비싸고
spells are free.
마법은 공짜고.
Give it a try.
야. 이것도 어디다 배우냐? 이거 바꿔야겠지? 아. 아이고. 그런 게 있어. 안돼. 붙잡혔어요. 다시. 아 이거 바꿔야 돼. 아이 귀찮아. 아이 귀찮아. 오케이. 어떻게 알았지? 와, 아이 까다롭네 쟤. 아이 거참. 다시. 아니 썼는데 왜? 아이고. 뛰어. 한 대 빨리 가. 아 유인 플레이.
I shall
좋네.
pretend I cannot see you.
웃기고 있네. 아 저 발 앞인데. 있다. 왔어.
Blast. The librarian's still here. Quick, behind the bookcase.
여기. 성공.
You told me the librarian would be gone by now.
왜 있어?
Usually.
아
But
보통.
it'll still be all right. Do you see her desk behind me? The key is in the drawer of that desk. Now, here's what we're going to do. I'll create a distraction to draw her away. You focus on getting the key. I'll meet you outside of the restricted section.
잠입.
You distract. I get the key.
열쇠는 당연히 필요하지.
I said I'd get you in, and I always keep my word. Trust me.
어휴 깜짝. 숨바꼭질 시작. 어?
Is someone there? Is that you, Peeves?
약간 좀 바본데? AI가? 지금 좀 먹기죠? 뭐야? 마법을 금지해도 될까요? 이제 싸웠구나 또. 손쉽게 끝났어요. 또 싸우려고 또 여기서.
That wasn't so difficult after all. How to find that book?
Oh, that one's charmed to look more useful.
Revelio.
It is. It's fooled me twice. Never judge a tome by its cover, I say.
오. 그럼 밑에 뭐야?
Ghost, don't let her see you.
Revelio.
와, 유령도 있어. 됐고. 유령 조심.
Revelio.
간다. 됐어.
Should be in the clip. No need for us to be
그래?
skulking about.
So what is it you've been looking for?
I'm looking for a cure to help my twin sister, Anne, so
치료제.
that she can return to Hogwarts. Because Merlin knows everyone else has given up.
Why do you think you'll find a cure in the restricted section? Does the Hogwarts matron have nothing that can help Anne?
No, we've tried everyone from Nurse Revelio. Blaney to St. Mungo's. But I can research on my own. No need to concern yourself with that right now. Let's focus on what you're after. Which is what, precisely?
I'll know it when I see it.
You're being awfully cryptic.
저건가? 뭐야 이거? 여기? 뭔 소리야?
Revelio. Incendio.
어이구. 여기 못 쓸 것 같은데.
Reparo.
뭘로 바꾸지? 아 이거. 이걸 쓰면은
Levioso.
그렇지. 요거지.
Revelio.
돈. 뭐야? 은 이파리? 컬렉션이네? 티브스.
Sebastian Solo and his new little friend.
Oh.
Out exploring where they shouldn't be.
이거 갑옷에 가둬야지.
Naughty, naughty, you'll get caughty.
Peeves, don't
I'm going to tell. I'm going to tell. I'm going to tell.
Oh, blasted Peeves! I've got to stop him, or at least get to the librarian with a good excuse for all of this.
믿어도 되는 거니?
How do I know you won't go to the librarian and blame this all on me?
Why would I do that? I like having friends who are in my debt.
오.
Now go. Good luck in your search.
쿨한데?
Where has that damned poltergeist got to?
I know just the spell to repair this armor.
Reparo.
일단은 이렇게 해주고. 따. 요건가? 야심찬 망토 얻었고. 이쪽인 것 같은데? 여기 어둠 여기?
Traces of ancient magic.
잠깐만. 어두우니까.
There must be more to this room.
Revelio.
그렇지.
Lumos.
이둘. 그렇지.
That's it.
이거야. 여기는
Lumos. Revelio. Lumos.
상자. 아, 누나 있는 거네. 열 수 있네? 스카프.
Where might this lead?
고대 문고다. 아, 싸우나 보네.
Accio. Revelio.
어떻게? 아, 대기실 비밀? 저거 때려야 되나?
I need to wake up that room over there.
됐네. 네, 떨어졌어요. 빨리. 그렇지. 집죠?
Revelio.
자, 쟤네들이랑 좀 싸울 것 같은데요?
Not surprising. Guards at the ready.
뭐야? 뭐야? 와, 엄청 세다. 아, 필살기 같은 거구나. 뭐야?
Revelio.
아, 저게 고도의 마법이었어? 피 저절로 채워지네? 채우고 갈게요. 아껴야 돼. 다시 꺼. 한번 더 싸우고 뭐야.
Incendio. Protego.
오케이. 타이밍 맞추면 쉽다. 끝.
Revelio.
여기 뭐 있는데? 네, 밑에 뭐 있는 거 찾았고. 자, 깨우자. 어이구. 오. 다시. 보니까 여기 먼저 오고. 잠깐 어떻게 하지 이걸? 뭐 있는데?
Protego. Incendio.
아, 이거 근거리인가 보네. 이건 아니고. 어이구. 뭐가 있을까 이게? 시작 볼게요. 이런 거 아니고. 뭐야? 아. 여기 좀 어려운데? 빨리 가야 되나? 점프? 아차, 안돼! 무리게 말고 점프. 이거 속도로 간다, 속도로. 자, 오케이, 왔어. 그냥 빨리 오는 거네. 오케이.
Revelio.
This must be the way forward, but
또 싸우겠지? 그다음에 이거 뭐지 이런 건? 아무것도 아니고요. 한 번 더 때리고. 됐어. 로브. 이거는 뭐냐? 또 싸우겠네, 또 싸우겠어요. 브러쉬 한 방에. 뭐야? 뭐가 픽에 있었는데? 직접? 아이고, 아이고, 아이고. 오, 떨어뜨렸다.
Incendio. Protego. Accio.
아이고.
Incendio.
끝. 위험했다. 쓸까 하다가 아꼈다. 자, 좀 이따가 피 채우고. 아, 나 구르기 있지.
It is a book after all.
고대의 책인가? 이 책은 어둠의 책인가? 응? 눈물 쪼록. 뭐지? 기억 그런 건가? 공격당했는데? 걔다. 아, 살아있네. 그냥 말이었어. 물이 없네? 가뭄이구나. 오, 마법으로. 오, 땅도 살려주고. 거의 신인데? 하는 거는? 와. 아픈 건 어쩔 수 없다. 봤다. 누구세요? 이거 아닌가?
Wanted to see me? Headmistress
자도라?
Fitzgerald, Professor Rackham.
Miss Isadora Morganach, welcome.
Professor Rookwood, Professor Bakar.
We understand that you are adjusting well to life at Hogwarts.
I am.
니암.
I am glad. Especially in light of your unusual situation, starting as a 5th year.
As it happens, I was also admitted to Hogwarts as a 5th year. I've never heard of another like us.
나랑 비슷하네.
Miss Morganach, when we spoke yesterday after class, you asked about the beautiful swirls you saw years ago when we visited your hamlet.
I recognized you all immediately. I cannot thank you enough for what you did.
We were glad to help.
And yes, I did see swirls of magic everywhere that day. My father insists it was my imagination running wild, but it was certainly real to me.
It was not your imagination.
Percival, Professor Rackham can see them too. But we've never known of another who could.
I don't understand. What are they?
The whispers or traces that appear when a particular form of ancient magic is wielded.
Ancient magic?
Few are capable of wielding it. Hogwarts itself is a stronghold of ancient magic.
So if I can see traces of ancient magic, does that mean I can wield it too?
With the proper training.
But let us not get ahead of ourselves, Miss Morganach.
Before I can train you to wield such magic, you must first master all that Hogwarts has to offer.
A magic this powerful can do great harm in the wrong hands. It must be wielded by a select few. As such, we ask that you not speak to anyone about what we have discussed here today.
말하지 마야지. 말할 것 같은데 얘는 의심하고 있어.
Sebastian.
아무튼 도착. 아, 볼일 다 봤구나.
Sneaking in the restricted section again! I had thought we were through with this mischief. Clearly detentions are insufficient.
태양 아니겠지?
I'm afraid I must take this to the headmaster.
오.
But that being said, Peeves informs me that you didn't come alone tonight. If someone has coerced you, I would have you
협박이라니.
tell me. You're a bright boy. Don't waste this.
There was nobody else. I came alone.
오, 의리 있네.
Oh, Sebastian. What will your uncle say?
이제 없어야겠다. 피브스.
Lumos. Revelio.
친구? 힘들어 보이네. 오케이, 다시 가볼까 일단. 아이고, 잘못했다. 장비. 오, 이게 더 이쁘다. 저거 뭐야? 5, 12, 11. 이게 더 일단 이게 더 좋으니까 이거 먼저. 이거 끼자냐? 1차이가 큰가? 어이, 별로. 아, 근데 능력은 좋네. 어쩔 수 없다. 능력으로 가야지. 공격 8. 이게 좋고, 의상은 하나밖에 없고요. 끝. 인벤토리 뭐야? 신비한 책. 아, 고대 책이구나 저게. 끝. 이제 저기로 갑니다. 책과 시련. 그럼 어떻게 해? 하고 이렇게 여기로 바로 가게 해주세요. 오케이, 바로 왔다. 딱이구만. 나 뗐어. 누구지?
You cannot be serious. Goblins working with Rookwood makes no sense.
It is rather unorthodox, to say the least.
Unorthodox? It's inconceivable. It's... Ah, Fig.
안녕.
You have a visitor. I'll see what I can find out.
Sir, I was able to search the restricted section while you were with Professor Black.
대단하죠?
It was a book we were after.
What? That's... Wait. You accessed the restricted section? But how? Thinking on it, perhaps it's best you spare me the details.
왜지?
Fair enough. In fact, the book was below the restricted section as it appeared on the map.
I want to hear everything. First, let's have a look.
갑자기 듣고 싶대. 안절부절 못해.
Oh dear. Some of these pages seem to be missing. It appears someone has got to the book before us. Still, I will need time to study what remains. Perhaps we can still salvage something useful, though it may take some time. I wonder why it was here, below Hogwarts.
I think I know, sir. I saw 2 more memories where I found the book.
Another pensive. Godric's heart.
The man we saw before, Percival Rackham, was a professor here. The first memory showed him and 3 other professors using ancient magic to restore a hamlet from a drought.
Miriam was right. And the second memory?
They were talking to a student who started as a 5th year, like I did. She could see traces of magic too.
Why those memories? Perhaps this
뭔가
book
반복이
will
되나?
explain. I'll have to
전했던
take it with me
일이?
to London. The headmaster has insisted that I speak directly to the minister about George's death.
What will you tell them about
맞아.
Mr. Osric's death?
I don't know how much I dare say. George tried to convince the ministry about Ranrock, but to no avail. My instinct is to follow the path we are on for the moment and keep the details to ourselves until we know more.
알겠습니다.
I understand. I'll see what I can learn about the missing pages while you're gone.
Good. Don't neglect your studies. Your wand work is improving by the day. But you'll want to pay attention in herbology and potions. There's more to magic than spellcasting.
또 공부해?
Plenty to keep me occupied while you're gone.
아,
You've done
바쁘겠네.
exceptionally well. I look forward to seeing all that you've accomplished when I return. Oh, and don't neglect your friends.
아,
You may be
친구.
surprised by how much you can learn from them.
왜
as
듣기
well.
싫어?
You know, there is such a thing as trying too hard.
I wish there was something I could do.
Don't get too cocky. Simply
이거 다음 어디야?
one victory over Sallow.
퀘스트. 퀘스트가 없어? 학교 생활 하기인데? 왜 없지? 어쩌다 우편으로 오겠지 뭐. 그렇지 그렇지. 바로 딱 땄죠. 약초학 수업. 저거 라운드 이런 건 나중에 할 거냐. 할 필요가 없어 지금. 멀리도 있네. 웨이포인트. 수업 다 받고 끝내야겠다.
Professor Fig and Weasley have asked that I teach you an
뭐야?
additional defensive spell.
호그스필드 마을에서? 나 지금 바빠. 아, 세계지도. 오, 금지된 숲. 이거 가져야죠. 로버 호그스필드. 오케이.
And then proceed to see me in my classroom.
She's always showing off about her.
뭔가 딱인데? 약초학 수업 듣기?
Revelio.
띵. 와, 온실나무. 필요 없어요. 오케이.
She growing Punja's onion again.
저 나무 뭐야? 씨앗인가?
Good morning, Professor Garlic.
How wonderful it
Garlic?
is to see you again, Lenora dear.
Oh, here. You'll need these for today's class. A little treat for your auntie.
class, please welcome the newest rose in
장미래.
our garden. We do look forward to growing together. How thrilling it is to have everyone back together again. This year will be filled with enchantment and excitement, but the most important thing cultivated in herbology is knowledge. The prudent herbologist is no more afraid of the venomous tentacular than the bouncing
쟤들.
bulb. Now then, today we will be acquainting
맨드레이크.
ourselves with the
많이
malignant
들어봤지?
tuber known as the mandrake root. Accio. Let's see if we can't make our fibrous friends a bit more comfortable, shall we?
네?
First, let's protect our ears.
뭐야? 아, 이마기?
Now, everyone, grip their mandrake
소리 지르나?
tendrils and give it a firm tug.
맞네. 얘 뭐야? 오. 오자. 시끄러. 내가 생각한 게 맞았네. 막 소리 지르라 했는데 역시.
Envelop the root like a warm, dirty blanket, putting the mandrake right at ease. Reparo.
그런 거
I'm
좋구만.
very sorry about that. Yours was a bit mature. I'm
성숙했대.
afraid. All right then, off you go. Splendid work, everyone. Now for
끝이야?
our next
아,
task,
또 있네.
we'll be planting
팍솽입기.
at our potting tables. You can all get started. I need to.
I wonder if hippogriffs like knotgrass.
Yes, Professor.
Firstly, well done with your mandrake. They
그래?
can be rather difficult to get a grasp of.
걔가 먹는 줄 알았어요.
Nearly went deaf.
Well, yes. Of course, the cry of a mature mandragora can be fatal. So remember to keep those ears protected.
없앨
Now, as
뻔.
I mentioned, next we'll be planting dittany.
씨앗
Let
있는데.
us find you some seeds.
I already
이번에
have some,
샀던 거?
Professor.
그치
Picked them
그치.
up in Hogsmeade.
You visited the magic neep. Wonderful. A prepared student is bound to bloom. I've arranged for you to have your own potting table here in the classroom. Wasn't easy to spare one on such late notice. Plant the seeds there now, and you can return to harvest them
나중에?
later. Even with soil, sunlight, and a bit of magic, they will
잘하는
take
건 어쩔 수
time
없지.
to grow.
Let's see how to balance my star thistle arrangement.
Dittany's restorative properties make it a vital ingredient
박하.
in the Wiggenweld
10분.
potion, as you all should know from Professor Sharp's class.
끝난 거 아니야?
Well done.
끝.
Once it can be harvested, your Dittany
아,
will be
이제
ready to use
저걸로
in Wiggenweld
체력
potion.
회복량 만들 수 있구나.
I'll let Professor Sharp tell you about that. Now, what say we branch out? Introduce you to
중국산 깨무는 양배추래.
flora, the Chinese
이것도 무슨
chopping
양배추야?
cabbage. You'll find that some plants are better suited to uses outside of a cauldron. The cabbages do get testy without something to chew. Fortunately, I have a
인형을
diamond
씹는다고?
to gnaw on. Be a dear and let them have a good chomping.
Yes, Professor.
They're in the other greenhouse. It's just at the end of the footbridge leading out of this room. Your classmate, Mr. Pruitt, has kindly offered to accompany you. Come
Pruitt?
back and see me when you're finished. Oh, and mind your fingers. They do
양배추가
bite.
뭔데? 이딴 배추 다 있어.
Hello. Saw you on your way to Hogsmeade the other day. Nice to meet you.
반갑다.
Nice work in Defense Against the Dark Arts, by the way.
반가워.
Excuse me?
Your duel with Sebastian. And he's good. Thinks he's really good. But you outright slaughtered him. Here we are. Home of the Chinese chomping cab. Go on. Grab a few of those. Now, see that dummy? Just toss the
같이
cabbage
얘기하지.
at it. They'll do the rest.
어떻게? 에? 오 뭐야?
They'll chomp on anything they can get their mouths on. Mum planted some in her garden last year to keep the gnomes out. Did save her the de-gnoming, but they left her
그친가?
holding daffodils in tatters. Vicious little bastards, aren't they? My kind of plants. Not like stupid booba tubers and bouncing bulbs. The kind of plants that just have...
아, 제 전투용 그건가?
Not saying you can't go it alone.
소환수?
But, well, imagine that wasn't a dummy.
오.
Trust me,
인정했지.
Leander. I was imagining it the entire time.
You were? I mean, of course, you're, not someone to be trifled with.
할 말이 없어 보인다.
Dogweed and deathcap has more of them, if you're keen. Other plants too. Ones your parents wouldn't plant in the garden. You get the idea. Anyway, we probably ought to head back to class. Take your time. I'll see you back in class.
다 챙겨가지. 또 없나 챙길 거?
Revelio.
그렇지. 기구자두. 좋은 건가? 원래 8이다. 금방 오른다. 아이고 여기 아니네.
Helpful reminder as
다
to why we
했어요.
should always wear our dragon hide gloves.
I tended to the Chinese chomping cabbages, Professor.
Remarkable plants, aren't they? I hope they weren't too much trouble. Oh, don't see any bite marks or missing digits.
내 손가락.
Good, as you do seem to be quite green-fingered. Oh, I'm eager to see your skill in the soil continue to blossom.
솔직히 관심 없긴 하지만
Magical plants have so
맞아요.
much to offer.
많은 걸
I'm eager to
제공하죠.
learn more.
I'm glad. Herbology is a bounteous subject. Tend to your garden, and it will tend to you. Huh. Well, I suppose that's everything. Do come by for a chat sometime. I so enjoy checking in with my new students.
다음에. 자, 다음은 어디죠? 퀘스트. 내 팀 만나기도 있어? 과제 또 있네? 실전에서 이거 가야겠네요. 어쩔 수 없네.
What are you up to now?
오너의 만나기. 멀어. 우표 한번 보자. 마지막 라운드래. 저것도 놓치긴 좀 그런데. 테스트는 뭐 좀 이뻐 보인다. 저 어둠의 그거 아니야? 장비 한번 보러 갈게요. 이게 제일 좋고, 망토와 로브는 아직 안 줬나? 다음에 주나? 왜 없지? 업데이트 됐다. 이제 있겠지? 컬렉션? 어떻게 얻어 이거? 적들. 이거 뭐야? 지팡이 손잡이. 종류 많다. 이거는 페이지. 이거 쓱 봐주고 끝. 외형 변경하기. 아, 여기 있네. 이거다. 어둠의 마법. 오, 요거는 그냥 망토고. 이거 이쁘다. 아, 이거였구나. 외형 변경. 오, 요거죠. 오, 괜찮은데? 어둠 세트? 이것도 어둠 있나? 이게 더 이쁘다. 아, 진짜 낄걸. 이거 몰랐네. 아, 근데 모자는 별로다. 여기도 어둠. 오, 이쁜데? 아, 정신병원 가면 이거였어. 뭔지 알겠다. 이것도 내가 뭐 있지? 가면? 가면 좀 별로죠. 이건 껴야 되고, 외형은 이렇게 됐어. 이것도 있나? 아, 이거 외형이 없구나. 까비. 이 정도면 됐어요. 와, 이쁘다. 아, 진짜 꼈어야 되는데. 이제 꼈네. 자, 퀘스트. 마법약 교실. 아깝네. 뛰어가자.
What does it matter whether we even do our...
너희?
Revelio. Someone from the ministry guarding the school after the incident in Hogsmeade.
Professor Black never allowed it. It would make him look completely incompetent, which he is.
누구지?
Potions is one of the
샤프
most
교실.
challenging and hazardous subjects taught at this
상처
school.
있네.
As fifth years, you will be required to reach new heights of both discipline and intellect. You will begin this term by brewing a Wigan-Weld potion. Mr. Takar, can you tell us why this particular potion might come in handy?
Yes, Professor Sharp. The Wigan-Weld potion can be used to sterilize and even heal a variety of injuries.
It can heal some injuries, but not
도핑이 아니었나?
Points for Ravenclaw. Before today's class is completed, each of you will have brewed a Wigan-Weld potion of your own. You never know when you might need it. Please begin.
만들어 볼까 한번?
Use a strong, even motion when crushing your ingredients.
아, 반대로.
Please be meticulous when adding powder to your potions. One errant sneeze could be disastrous.
와우. 뭐 더? 스프인데? 빨리 자를까? 아, 뭐 그런 거 상관없네. 그냥 적기만 하면 되네요. 잘 되나? 다 했습니다.
Not an easy potion to brew. Well done.
칭찬받았다.
And from what I hear of your recent exploits in Hogsmeade, you'd also do well to practice brewing the defensive Edurus potion.
강화력까지.
Professor Weasley had you acquire the recipe from J. Pippins, correct?
Yes, sir.
Good. For the moment, you can find the ingredients you need in my office. But in the future, you'll be expected to provide your own ingredients. Some can be harvested from the plants you grow in your herbology class, and rarer ones can be purchased. Others, however, may be harder to obtain, and will require you to be a bit more resourceful. Come and see me when you've finished brewing, and we'll see if it was skill or luck the first time around.
저런.
My parents considered keeping me home from school this year after the rumors of a goblin.
Did I hear Professor Sharp say that you have permission to go into his office?
왜 알고 싶어 하는 거지?
Yes, but why does that matter to you?
Brilliant! And it matters
Eh?
because you can be a part of something truly creative.
진정한 창작?
You remember me, don't you? Gareth Weasley.
Ah, yes. We met in the common room.
Listen, anyone with a troll-sized brain can brew an Edurus potion. I'm working on something that's certain to be spectacular. I'm just missing one tiny last ingredient that will add that extra spark.
I suspect that's where I come in.
아, 설마.
You're as clever as I
맞네.
hoped. I simply need a single Fwooper feather. As you'll already
설마
be
하면
in
역시 나야.
Sharp's office with his permission, perhaps you could grab it for me.
어?
I don't know, Gareth. I don't want to get on
맞아.
Sharp's bad side.
You won't. Fwooper feathers aren't that valuable. Sharp won't even miss it.
아니야, 안 돼.
I've enough to worry about collecting the ingredients he wants me to get. I'm afraid I can't help you.
I understand. I'll sort something else out.
실망했다. 하나. 상자. 온. 뭐야? 의심스러운 배달이 이루어졌대요. 오로를 추가적으로 영입하고 있습니다.
Well-prepared witch or wizard always at proficiency in potions are two things that cannot be rushed.
자, 뭐 만들랬지?
And be thorough.
아, 요거 에드로스 마법약 선택. 30초. 아, 좀 걸리네. 4시간, 4시간.
The mallow sweet. And that's odd. What's happening? Wait, it's not supposed to.
어? 야, 조심해.
What happened?
Well done, Gareth.
잘했다 진짜.
What now, Mr. Weasley?
Sorry, Professor.
That'll be points from Gryffindor again.
또 감점이라고? 아이. 여기 있습니다.
I brewed an Edurus potion as you asked, Professor.
점수 주세요.
Glad you managed to stay on task. Not every class is so eventful. I saw Mr. Weasley speaking with you earlier. He can be quite persuasive. Glad you managed to resist. You've done well today. I confess I was skeptical given the advanced nature of this class and the fact you're a new student.
I'm glad I was able to meet your expectations.
A rare occurrence. And you do well to remember that you're not a potions master
아직
quite
멀었지.
yet. In addition to having a solid grasp of how to combine various ingredients, you should gain an understanding of the ingredients themselves. Pay particular attention in herbology. The plants you nurture there are often essential to the potions you brew here.
연관됐구나.
Now, I
약초학이랑
recommend that you find a safe
그
location
제조하는
in
거랑.
which to practice brewing. You cannot leave a hot
뭐
cauldron
당연한 거긴
simply
하지.
anywhere. And you can keep that Fwooper feather. This time. That'll be all.
오, 깃털 줬어요.
I think each of us has had enough excitement for one day.
Professor Sharp must have learned a lot during his time as an Auror. I wish he talked
됐지?
about it more. Revelio.
띵수이 뭐야? 아, 요거네. 오로 배지, 배지. 어둠? 내가 입고 있는 옷이 어둠의 그건데. 도망쳐.
Ugh, my robes are going to reek from Gareth's inspiration
아직 갈 곳.
for the rest of term.
이제 얼마 안 남았다. 예티를 만나볼까요? 어디 있어? 아, 저 멀리 있구나. 오케이, 오케이. 출구로 가야 되는데 없네. 출구? 여기 아닌데? 나 탈 거 없나?
Off on another adventure, are we?
이쪽으로. 뛰어가야 돼. 여기 아니냐? 이쪽으로. 정령 뛰어가야 되나? 너무 먼데? 어디로 가라는 거야, 근데? 또 바뀌어요. 위치가. 자, 지도. 이쪽 맞는데? 이쪽으로. 여기 맞네. 나 언제 가니? 저 멀리. 원래 탈 거 주지 않나? 얼마나 힘들어 보여. 일직선으로 가야지. 오. 잘 뛰어. 고칠 거 없고. 없어. 한 번씩 해줘야 돼. 근데 왠지 중간에 먹을 게 있을 것 같아. 이렇게 돈들. 집 맞나? 아, 잠깐 저기 올라가야 되나? 어머. 잠자리? 그렇지, 풀잠자리. 이거 먹어줘야지. 눈소리 들렸는데 일단은 어우 좋아. 아유 언제 올라가. 이쪽 길 맞나? 오 뭐야 이건? 오 월장석 돌도 캐야 돼. 그래 캐야지. 얌. 와 다리. 그렇지. 그치 안 킨 거지? 어쩐지. 일단은 다 와간다. 여기 먹을 거? 없지? 여기 있었네? 등불? 이거 언제 켰지 이거? 아 여기로 오면 되는 건데 괜히 돌아서 왔네. 내가 왔던 데인가 여기? 치킨! 먹어볼까 봐? 어이 뭐야? 이게 뭐야? 안 죽네? 그래 데려오면 되네.
Lumos. Reparo.
에이 안된다. 치킨 실패. 아깝다 내 치킨. 실례합니다.
Revelio.
가져갈게요. 오. $56원. 요거는 94원. 눈부셔. 내 눈 너무 아팠어.
Prove dangerous if I'm not careful. Revelio.
뭐 나오는 거 아니야? 아유 깜짝. 사람이네. 가서 먹어주고.
It's like a place.
It is good to see you, my friend.
Hello, Natty. How are you? I hope you've recovered from our rather eventful trip to Hogsmeade.
I am well, but I have been worried about you, my friend. With Ranrock and Rookwood and Harlow after you?
I'm all right at the moment.
We did not speak about it at the time, but I am hoping now you might tell me why they were looking.
아직 안 돼.
I've never met Rookwood or Harlow. Perhaps they mistook me
똑같은
for another
변명이야.
student.
A bit odd. The two of them pursuing a Hogwarts student so intently. But whatever the reason, you were clearly in danger. For now, it is safe to say that Rookwood and Harlow are a threat to both of us, to all of us. Which is why I wanted to speak to you. I realized something that day in Hogsmeade. You displayed such courage fighting that troll. And Serona wasn't intimidated one bit by Rookwood and Harlow. Both of you have inspired me to take a stand of my own.
뭐지?
What sort of stand?
Men like Rookwood and Harlow are the reason my mother and I left Matibili land. I am not going to sit by and watch them destroy my new home.
그래 잘 생각했다.
Good. Rookwood and Harlow are a dangerous pair. And the fact that they're working with Ranrock, well...
All the more reason they must be stopped. Rumor has it that Theophilus Harlow runs Rookwood's day-to-day operations. Taking him down would cripple Rookwood's entire enterprise.
That may be true, but shouldn't Officer Singer handle someone like Harlow?
I spoke with her. She was polite, but perhaps understandably would not discuss details with a student. I overheard some of Rookwood's lot talking about a massive poaching operation that Harlow is planning. I was thinking that we could investigate a bit, try to get the evidence that Officer Singer needs.
All right, but how?
I am going to watch and listen, find out precisely what Harlow is up to. I shall reach out when I know more. In the meantime, remember, I am here if you need me.
Thank you, Natty.
Be on your guard.
뭐 여기 가자는 거야 지금?
I beg your pardon. How dare you threaten me?
What's going on here?
다음 저거다.
I never thought Ramrock's lawyers would go this far.
이쁜 거 맞네? 무슨 일입니까?
They must have come this way. Think.
어둠 없어. 난데?
I've no idea who it is you think I might have seen. I've been busy with my research. I do not have time to...
Victor Rookwood don't give a doxy's nip back your time. Oi! Speak of the devil. Mr. Rookwood would like a word with you.
알 거 아니야?
You can't be serious.
Enough out of you. Leave her alone.
나 지금 뭐야?
Nobody will miss one extra student. Potato.
끝. 또 있네? 이게 뭐야? 잘 만났다.
Light go out of your eyes.
뭐야? 특정 마법에 대한 약점.
I see kind of. We can hold them up.
I'm not going anywhere with you.
You'll take this student off of my dead body.
쉽다.
You're a bit dodgy with that stuff.
와, 이거 뭐야? 이거 피하겠는데?
Tell Rookwood to find me himself.
Tango! That's just tearful. Head in the clouds, this one. There's Producto. And it's and I'm Sponsor.
저기 약점이네.
Producto.
거대 마법. 이게 아닌데? 번개 어디 갔어?
What's just happened? I've never been accosted in such a manner. And so close to Hogwarts.
나중에 치킨에 되어라.
Are you all right?
I am, thanks in no small part to your excellent defensive skills. Care to tell me why two Ashwinders were ready to dispatch me
말
to
못해요.
get to you?
Ashwinders.
Victor Rookwood's
Ashwinder?
thieves and extortionists, his little cronies. They seemed quite keen on you.
It's a long story, but thank you for your help.
Well, you've avoided them for the moment. Priya warned me things were getting dangerous.
프리아는 또 누구야?
Best get moving on my research before they return.
도와줘야겠다. 누구시죠?
You mentioned someone named Priya.
프리아는?
Yes, my wife. She's the one who
아내.
piqued my interest in Merlin. Gave me a book when we were students at Hogwarts. Typical hard-working Hufflepuff, brilliant potioneer, has her own shop in Knockturn Alley. She's a travelling vendor. Hears what's going on in the Highlands before I do.
You're a researcher.
Nora Treadwell at your service, historian and archaeologist specialising in Merlin's work and life.
I thought that Merlin and the tales about King Arthur's court were a myth.
Mere myth. You're lucky Sir Cadogan didn't hear you. Chatters on endlessly about his connection to Merlin from his portrait at Hogwarts. Merlin attended Hogwarts, you know, and I'm studying some curious fixtures he left here centuries ago.
Fixtures?
These vine-covered pillars, dozens of them, all around the area. I've taken to calling them the Trials of Merlin. I believe
뭐또
he
시험이 있어?
created them as a diversion
또
for his
가야겠다.
fellow
시험 같은 거.
Slytherins. He was terribly fond of puzzles and enigmas.
퍼즐 수수께끼. 근데 재밌어 보인다.
I can see why you're so interested in Merlin. I'd be keen to know more about the trials.
나도 할래.
Well then, I'll let you in on a little secret. No one has yet managed to figure out how they work. But I believe I have just unlocked a crucial clue. I suspect that Mallowsweet is an important component in getting the trials to work.
Mallowsweet?
Versatile herb. Merlin repeatedly mentioned it in his writings. I had just arrived to test my theory when I was so rudely interrupted. You see, each swirl in Merlin's writing has a symbol in the center. That started me thinking,
길다,
what
내용이.
if...
The Mallowsweet is meant to be placed at the center of the symbols.
Precisely. Would you care to do
근데
the
아홉을 좀
honors?
준비해야겠다.
We can see what
아니, 그런 거
comes of our
하려면은.
little hypothesis. I brought a trunk chock full of Mallowsweet with me.
Revelio.
It's just over there by my tent.
아홉을 꺼내고.
This trunk?
Yes, take plenty, even if you already have some.
많이 가져가겠습니다. 5개.
Lovely. Now, notice the vines on these pillars here, as well as a stone swell on the ground. Each trial has these features. Place the Mallowsweet on the swell.
어떻게?
And we'll see what happens.
없어. 어떡하지? 어? 아 잠깐만. 왼쪽인가?
Revelio.
아 사용하기. 여기 있었네. 오.
Did you see that? The vines disappeared.
What should I do now?
이제 어떡하지?
This is uncharted territory.
장작 더미?
I am curious about these pyres.
응?
Incendio.
응?
Lumos. Revelio.
불 쳐야 되는 거 아니야? 공격할까? 저 뭐 있다. 거머리즈.
Revelio.
또 뭐야?
Accio. Reparo.
뭐 고치는 거 같은데?
Conjuring fire might work. These are pyres after all.
Revelio.
장작 더미가 어딨어? 요거야?
Accio. Revelio. Incendio.
했는데? 이렇게
The flames make the pyre sink.
가까이 써야 되네. 불이. 끝인가?
Curious. The pyres are back where they
뭐야?
started.
이 순서가 있나?
Incendio.
됐네? 다 내려가기 전에 저렇게. 뭐야 저거? 부엌상인가?
What a day.
Revelio.
Hardly believe it.
I take it we can call that a success?
We can indeed. However, I now have even more questions. How does it work? I must review my notes. I may have missed.
아마 이게 더 많을 것 같아.
Are all of the trials like this one?
시험들이.
Oh, not precisely. Well, I think each has those telltale vines and the swirl on the ground. You should
반드시는
feel free
아니지만.
to solve them as you come across them. I believe I have what I need to continue my research. My guess is that each will also require mallow sweet, which you can find in Hogsmeade should you need more. I really must be off. Such a pleasure to meet you.
반가웠습니다.
And do be careful out here. Now I've got what I needed. I shall return to the safety of my notes and books.
오케이. 퀘스트 끝. 메인 퀘스트 3개 남았네. 뭐 남았지? 피그 교수. 좋아요. 그럼 저기 가야겠군요. 퀘스트 저거 등록되면은 오케이. 뭐야? 니콜라스요? 목이 달랑달랑한 닉? 뭐야? 퀘스트. 이건가 본데? 요거네. 지도 확인하고. 뭐네요? 아이고 다시 확인하고. 여기 등불 없으니까 좀 어떡하냐? 뒤로. 여기 먼저 할까? 여기서 이렇게 이동.